Okay, did you? Yeah. That's, yeah, that's cool.
Openings will include whatever opening.
Okay.
That's our plan.
I know it was discussed yesterday.
Okay, did you? Yeah. That's, yeah, that's cool.
Openings will include whatever opening.
Yeah, yeah.
That's our plan.
I know it was discussed yesterday.
I didn't write it down. That's, yeah, let's go.
Whatever target is.
Yeah, yeah.
That's our plan.
I know it was discussed yesterday.
I didn't write it down. That's, yeah, let's go.
Whatever target is.
Yeah, yeah.
I know it was discussed.
Mic check one.
I didn't write it down.
Mic check two.
Whatever target is.
Mic check one. Mic check two.
Good morning, everyone. Let's go back on the record. All right, we are back on the record. It is Friday, March 7th, 9 o'clock a.m. This is the third day of the evidentiary hearing in Missouri American Water Company's request for a general rate increase for water and sewer service in its Missouri service areas. It's Commission File WR 2024-0320. So I think the first order of business today is the parties will present opening statements, and then we will move on to the issue of regulatory policy. So, Mr. Cooper, is that going to be you on behalf of the company?
It will be, yes, Your Honor. And because I've been feeling left out, I've got some handouts. Good morning, Dean Cooper on behalf of Missouri American Water Company. We're going to try to make it through an opening statement that some of which we would have provided on the first day in a different sort of procedural schedule. But we really haven't had the opportunity yet to kind of set out the whole of the company's case. And since opening statements got moved today, that's what we're going to do. But it will be a little shorter, I guess is the good news, than it would have been on the first day, because we've tried several issues already in this case. As you're aware, we've had hearings already on the cost of money issues, the return on equity, capital structure, cost of debt, the revenue stabilization mechanism, rate design, universal affordability tariff as it has been proposed by most of the parties, and the production cost tracker. Also, the company's request for the inclusion of requested certain employees, and the company's total market compensation plan, including annual performance pay and long-term performance pay, have also been addressed. As I go through, I may mention those. I will indeed mention those to some extent, but will not go into any great detail. As an additional sort of heads up as we move forward, I know that as the judge said, we have policy and we have regulatory mechanisms essentially that's going to be tried first today when we get to the evidentiary portion of the hearing. And I'll hit those at a little greater detail in this opening and spare you from any further openings on those issues. As has been somewhat mentioned throughout the hearing, Missouri American has a significant presence in Missouri, provides water service to approximately 484,000 customers in more than 30 counties across the state, with the largest concentration in St. Louis County, Jefferson City, Mexico, Parkville, St. Joseph, Warrensburg, Joplin, and Branson. It also provides wastewater service to approximately 24,000 customer connections through nearly 90 wastewater systems across the state. The Commission approved Missouri American's current base rates by its report and order issued on May 3rd of 2023 in case number WR 2022-0303. Rates in that case were based on costs that reflected a test year of 12 months ending June 2022 with a true-up through December 31st of 2022. This filing is primarily driven by the significant capital investments that the company has made in Missouri's infrastructure. Missouri American will have invested since its last rate case, and by the operation of law date in this case, approximately $1.2 billion of capital. This includes, and although it's not exhaustive, significant projects in Warrensburg, Jefferson City, St. Louis County, Joplin, Branson, and St. Joseph areas, amongst other locations. The investments include improving the resiliency of the company's distribution system and treatment plants, treatment changes to maintain regulatory compliance, technology investments that will integrate with and enhance existing systems to enhance service to customers, and management of source of supply and system demands, and maintain the health, welfare, and economic well-being of the communities Missouri American serves. The company has and continues to manage its business responsibly and effectively, especially in this rising inflationary environment, and continues to provide safe and adequate service to its customers. Making these investments in its systems is necessary to improve and strengthen the infrastructure of the systems today and for the future. The company originally requested $651.6 million total revenue requirement or cost of service, which included a request for a future test year through May 31st of 2026. The Commission's decision to utilize a historic test year with discrete adjustments reduces the company's initial request by $27.3 million to $624.3 million. This is in accordance with Mr. LeGrand's supplemental direct and subject to true-up as we move forward. However, Mr. LeGrand calculates that to be about a 23% increase when you take into account both the base rates and the WSIRA rates that are being paid today. For Missouri American, this case is really about whether it should be encouraged to continue its investments or whether the state seeks to discourage these investments and the benefits that come from strengthening infrastructure and investment in the state of Missouri. Without appropriate rate relief in this proceeding, Missouri American will not have a meaningful opportunity to earn a reasonable return on its investments, which will negatively impact the company's ability to attract capital at reasonable rates and in turn negatively impact customers. Missouri American faces significant revenue recovery lag under its current rate-making structure. Regulatory lag occurs primarily for two reasons. The first reason is as a result of utility investments placed in service and providing benefits to customers. When plant is declared in service and is transferred to plant in service, the deferred carrying charge known as allowance for funds used during construction, or AFUDC, ceases, and the company is required to start making monthly charges to depreciation expense. However, customer rates do not reflect the cost of service of those investments immediately. The second reason for regulatory lag is when the company incurs expenses that are different than what is included in customer rates. These factors are not accounted for in base rates set by the Commission. For these reasons, despite other parties' assertions to the contrary, Missouri American historically has not been provided with a realistic opportunity to collect a reasonable return. Mr. LeGrand has provided analysis of the company's annual returns over the last decade. That analysis shows that Missouri American has consistently under-earned a reasonable ROE for at least a decade. During that time, earned annual returns of equity have ranged from a low of 7.46% to a high of 8.86%. Now, this is in spite of the fact that the company's operating expenses have grown more slowly than CPI. Had the company's O&M expense simply grown at CPI from 2014 through 2023, and the three-year average CPI through the last test year in this case, the company's revenue requirement in this case would have been more than $12.8 million higher. And this calculation and description of this analysis is provided in Mr. Carlson's testimony. The opportunity to earn a reasonable return on the company's investments and to recover prudently incurred costs is critical to continue to attract the necessary capital to support ongoing investments that will enable it to provide safe and reliable service to customers for years to come. Missouri American's rate-making proposals in this case are designed to at least partially address the constraints with the existing rate-making structure. Missouri American is requesting approval of a revenue stabilization mechanism, a production cost tracker, deferral mechanisms related to capital investments, as well as certain discrete adjustments beyond its historical test year period. These mechanisms would mitigate some of the impacts that a historical test year has on the company's opportunity to collect its authorized return and properly recognize the plant and expense levels that will be serving Missouri American's customers at the time new rates take effect. As was mentioned previously, the RSM issue has been tried and explained further by company witness Ray. This mechanism stabilizes changes in revenues resulting from the fact that a big part of Missouri American's costs are fixed, while a large portion of its revenues are assumed to be variable, coming through the commodity charge. Thus, if Missouri American's rates are designed assuming it will sell 1 million gallons, for example, and it instead sells 900,000 gallons, its actual revenue will be less than the revenue requirement the commission found to be just and reasonable. That difference in revenue will be greater than any difference in the costs it will experience from the lower volumes sold. The production cost tracker was discussed yesterday, and as I mentioned yesterday, if the commission does not approve an RSM that includes a production cost tracker, the company believes that it should separately approve a tracker mechanism for these costs. The tracker would allow any differences in production costs incurred and production costs and customer rates to be deferred to a regulatory asset or liability. One of the issues that will soon be before you this morning are the deferral mechanisms that have been proposed by the company. The company is proposing to reduce regulatory lag experienced when utility investments are placed in service to provide benefits to customers. The first is deferred depreciation, and the second is the capitalization of post-in-service carrying costs. Such investments immediately result in depreciation, property tax, and other expenses being incurred without being reflected in customer rates. To counter this impact, the company proposes to begin depreciating the plant investments when they are placed in service, but rather than immediately recognizing this depreciation expense, the costs net of retirements would be recorded in a regulatory asset. Similarly, the company proposes to capitalize the post-in-service carrying costs also to a regulatory asset. At the time of the company's next rate case, any deferred amounts would be amortized over a reasonable period as would be determined by the commission. I will mention, because there's been a lot of discussion about the electric plant and service accounting statute and relationship to that, but before that statute was ever enacted, these types of deferrals were at one time called by the commission construction accounting and used by the commission in regard to significant construction projects. I would say that while Missouri American's proposal is not linked to a single construction project at this time, the amounts of investment that are being made in Missouri and the regulatory lag that results from that investment would call for similar treatment. The other mechanism that we'll be discussing soon is discrete adjustments. The company's proposed discrete adjustments through the effective date of rates in this case will help support the company's obligation to provide safe and reliable service at just and reasonable rates. The Commission is allowing parties to propose these discrete adjustments beyond the December 31, 2024 revenue requirement calculation. Discrete adjustments should be made for the following matters that will be known and measurable prior to the operation of law date in the case, as proposed by Missouri American. Utility plant and service, which is additions net of retirements. And that would be those investments, that plant that would be used and useful prior to the operation of law in this case, including annualized depreciation and property taxes related thereto. We also propose changes to the company's capital structure as they may result through the operation of law date, and selected known and measurable operating expense adjustments that will be in effect prior to the operation of law date. The historical test year the Commission has traditionally used for water utilities has left Missouri American chasing its tail with regard to rates. This is primarily because of regulatory lag, as we've talked about, and as associated with the delay in recovering costs associated with new investments. The impact is as simple as this. If Missouri American's rate base on which it will earn a return in this case is set as of December 31st of 2024, the true-up date, Missouri American is already behind as we stand here today, and will be further behind on the date new rates go into effect. That's because it has continued to invest and place projects in service since January 1st of 2025. We will also acknowledge, and it's been mentioned by other parties, as it should be, that WSIRA is a very valuable tool that has certainly helped this situation. However, it has limits, as it only addresses certain types of plant. The company takes the position that of the $1.2 billion investments since the last rate case that I mentioned earlier, only 57.7% of those are currently a part of a WSIRA, or WSIRA rate. And even those that are have experienced some level of regulatory lag. The bottom line is still that rate base will be significantly greater after new rates have been collected for a year, and yet if discrete adjustments are not made for that increase in plant, the base rates will still be based on December 31st, 2024 plant and service levels. Briefly, we've talked about labor and labor-related costs. We certainly believe that it's important that the company offers compensation that allows it to attract and retain customer-committed, dedicated, and highly qualified employees. The company's overall compensation philosophy is to provide employees with a total compensation package that is market-based and competitive with those of comparable organizations with jobs of similar responsibility. Recruitment of skilled workers, as well as the retention of existing trained workers, is critical to Missouri American's ability to continue to provide safe and reliable water and wastewater service for the benefit of all Missouri American customers. I would like now just to touch briefly on a couple of class cost of service rate design matters that are important to the company. The meter charges for Missouri American Rate A have been identical for both St. Louis County and outside St. Louis County districts, and are today. Missouri American believes that whether or not those districts are consolidated for purposes of volumetric charges, the common meter charges should remain. In terms of single tariff pricing, and as was mentioned previously, the Commission has moved towards that single tariff pricing for water services at a gradual pace over the last many years. In this case, Missouri American has proposed to equalize the volumetric rates for Rate A between St. Louis County and non-St. Louis County customers. And I think it's noteworthy that the volumetric rates for these groups, to include the WSIRA, when including the WSIRA, are nearly identical today, thus moving these rates to a single statewide volumetric rate should not impose significant additional rate increases or rate shock for either of those groups of customers. Missouri American knows how important it is to balance the need for system improvements while maintaining affordable water services. Missouri American Witness Ray conducted a detailed analysis of the affordability of the company's historical and proposed rates and relates the median household income for customers in its service territory to its utility bills over time. This involved two different types of affordability analysis for the company's water and wastewater service. The first analysis is an enterprise-level analysis of affordability, which considers affordability of service at a high level over a multi-year period. The second analysis is a community-level analysis of affordability, which takes a deep dive into the affordability of service at the community level under current or proposed rates and current economic conditions. That analysis, as conducted by Witness Ray, demonstrates that Missouri American's water and wastewater services overall has been, is, and is expected to continue to be affordable for the majority of its residential customers, including under the initial rates proposed in this case that included the future test year amounts. This trend in affordability is a result of the long-term investment and management practices of the company and is a positive reflection of the fact that the investment strategies the company has undertaken over time and the way the company has proactively managed the system is in the long-term best interest of its customers. One of the things that flows from that affordability analysis, however, is that the company still recognizes that customers face challenging economic circumstances. Thus, the company, along with other parties, reached agreement on a proposed universal affordability pilot program and tariff for water services that you heard about yesterday. Missouri American also supports its low-income customers through its H2O Help to Others program. This is a shareholder-funded program which offers direct financial assistance of up to $250 per year to customers that are struggling to pay their water, wastewater bill and meet low-income guidelines established by the local community action agency. In addition, the company offers both residential and non-residential customers flexible payment arrangements through enhanced installment plans if they are financially unable to pay a water and/or wastewater service bill when due. And the company also offers residential customers the option of paying bills under its budget billing plan. Lastly, Missouri American has been an involved corporate citizen. On average, Missouri American contributes roughly $500,000 per year to communities and organizations to support programs and events that improve the health and safety, quality of life, and education of its customers. Many of its employees also serve their communities by being active members of organizations, often holding leadership positions, including boards of directors and committees for state and local chambers of commerce, economic development organizations, Rotary clubs, United Ways, hospitals, the arts, and environmental organizations. In conclusion, we believe the Commission's charge is to balance the interests of both the company and the customer and put in place rates and rate-making practices that will ensure that Missouri American may continue to meet its obligations and provide safe and reliable service while also providing Missouri American with a reasonable opportunity to earn a reasonable return on its investment. Doing so will allow Missouri American to continue to provide high-quality water and wastewater services in the most cost-effective way through the replacement, operation, maintenance, and rehabilitation of assets for present and future customers. And that's all I have, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you. Are there any questions from the commissioners? All right. Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Ms. Haslam?
Good morning. May it please the Commission. After 2 full days of hearing, I will attempt to keep this opening statement brief. At this point, Missouri American's approach to this rate case is clear. Ask for the most. ROE, capital structure, the RSM, the production cost tracker. Missouri American is requesting excess at every turn to the benefit of its shareholders and the detriment of its customers. These requests are reflected in the different revenue requirements currently proposed by staff, who is at $538 million as of June 30th, 2024, and Missouri American, who is currently at $641 million as of May 31st, 2025. Over $20 million of this difference is due to discrete adjustments. This morning, we will be discussing 2 more examples of excess: Missouri American's proposals on discrete adjustments and depreciation and carrying cost deferrals. Staff witness Kim Boland will be appearing today, and I encourage you to ask her about staff's positions on these issues, but I will first do my best to summarize them. Missouri American requested a future test year in this case, but the Commission denied this and set a historic test year of the 12 months ending December 31st, 2023, with a true-up through December 31st, 2024. The Commission order establishing the test year did allow parties to propose discrete adjustments. Discrete adjustments, also referred to as isolated adjustments, are adjustments made to the test year or true-up period for known and measurable changes or events that occurred after the test year or true-up period. After the Commission denied Missouri American's motion to establish future test year, Missouri American filed supplemental direct testimony of Brian LeGrand. Mr. LeGrand proposed a number of adjustments for changes purported to be known and measurable through May 31st, 2025, the operation of law date in this case. Missouri American proposes making discrete adjustments for plant and service, accumulated depreciation reserve, payroll, support services, and regulatory deferrals. This is just a sample of the list of nearly 30 adjustments that Missouri American is proposing. A full list of these discrete adjustments can be found in Kim Boland's direct testimony. Staff does not view this lengthy list of adjustments as discrete or isolated. Instead, staff views this list of proposed adjustments as a makeshift future test year. Many of these adjustments will not truly be known and measurable as of the operation of law date, which again, May 31st, 2025. Mr. LeGrand has pointed out in his testimony that staff does not use known and measurable data in their own audit, but frequently uses averages when developing its case. Staff does not agree with this assessment. Using an average of actual numbers that are indeed known and measurable is not the same as the projections that must be used to make these proposed adjustments. Staff is not wholly opposed to discrete or isolated adjustments occurring past the true-up period, but these adjustments must be known and measurable, and the timing of the event should not skew the matching principle in relation to other cost of service items. Turning to the issue of depreciation and carrying cost deferrals, frequently referred to in this case as the water PISA, staff is completely opposed to Missouri American's proposal and deems it unnecessary. With regards to depreciation deferral, Missouri American proposes to begin deferring depreciation expense as soon as the planned investment is placed in service and placing it into a regulatory asset until the company's next rate case. Missouri American also proposes capitalization of post-in-service carrying costs, deferring the return on plant as soon as it is placed in service until the plant is included in rate base in the next rate case. These proposals, Missouri American argues, are a way to combat regulatory lag, or a lapse in time between when a utility experiences a financial change and when that change is reflected in its rates. This is contrary to the principles of traditional rate making and is yet another attempt by Missouri American to shift any and all risk from shareholders to ratepayers. But Missouri American is eligible to, and currently utilizes, WSIRA. WSIRA allows Missouri American to collect a surcharge that can be changed up to 2 times per year. Staff has reviewed Missouri American's recent WSIRA projects and found that projects completed between October 2023 and April 2024 experienced a lag of approximately 3 months, not the 1-year lag cited by Mr. LeGrand. Again, the theme of this hearing has been and will continue to be unnecessary requests and proposals from a company that has not demonstrated need. Staff encourages the Commission to deny Missouri American's request for discrete adjustments and depreciation and carrying cost deferrals. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? All right, thank you. Mr. Kaufman, do you have an opening?
Yes.
Good morning. May it please the Commission, John Kaufman on behalf of Consumers Council and AARP. I'll just speak at a general level about water affordability. My clients believe that affordable and reliable water service is a human right. And even if you don't believe that, I would urge you to think about this case in moral terms, not just financial terms, but in moral terms. There are people who can hardly pay their utility bills today. And if you look at, say, the lowest 20% of the public as far as income goes, they earn less than $20,000 a year. That's probably not enough to pay for the water rates that Missouri American Water is asking for. And yes, there will always be poverty with us, but as these rates exceed inflation, as these utility rates continue to rise, more and more of people are going to be included in that group of people who cannot afford. The next quartile, say the, or quintile would be 40% of the public, they earn $31,000 or less. And so I want you to think about these people. We sit in this room and we have stacks of Excel spreadsheets, and we are just overwhelmed with data. And that's a great thing that we can look under the hood and talk about this utility. But the Public Service Commission's core mission, at least as far as I understand it, is to balance the utility shareholders, the monopolies, and their shareholders against the general public. And if we only look at one side of the equation, we're going to be setting rates that are too high. And so I urge you to keep in your mind the faces and the stories of the people that you heard at the local public hearings, which, by the way, we are very grateful that the Public Service Commission has virtual and in-person public hearings, and that you do make an effort. Every one of you have gone out and listened to public. I know it's not fun to do, but I think it's very important so that you get a sense of the consequences of the votes that you make in these cases. At the public hearings in this case, you heard about a retired couple who were surprised that they can't meet the budget on their retirement fixed income that they have, and they talked about the impact on their sewer bill. You heard from a single mother who was trying to raise a 7-year-old and talking about how she can't pay for everything that her child needs, and that raising utility rates makes that even harder. You heard from a gentleman who was living on a blind pension, a pension for the blind of $782 a month. He said that the proposed rate increase in this case would cause him to cut his medications. And so you should keep in mind that there are human decisions. Maybe these families won't become homeless, but they'll make decisions that will have negative impacts on education and on health and on other parts of their lives. And so we're not saying don't approve any rate increase. We're saying mitigate it, balance it, and consider affordability in every one of these decisions that we have. And again, we would like to urge you to look at the fixed charge. Please don't raise the fixed charge by 113%. We think that it can be raised $1 or some small amount, and I think that would be appropriate given the cost there. But the residential fixed charge is an unavoidable charge if you have water service. And so water conservation and so forth will not help someone deal with that particular rate design. And also, because we hadn't spoke yet about the single tariff pricing incident, I am certainly sympathetic to Jim Fisher's clients and to others who have had increases, but single tariff pricing is bad in general because of the way that it encourages excessive investment and makes it too easy to spread to other folks. And so I want to emphasize that with water rates, we have very distinct territories, not interconnected. And so St. Louis County is not interconnected with St. Joseph and Joplin and Parkville. And the St. Louis County area we believe would have rate shock if you went with rate A all the way to single tariff pricing. So we think that St. Louis deserves to have a somewhat lower rate because the costs are lower there. And we do, when you're proposing a 38% increase, single tariff pricing would be greater than that for those in St. Louis County. So not just because it's bad for St. Louis County, but because we think it's bad policy. With electric and gas, yes, you should have a territory and average the cost because that's a connected network. With water, you have significant cost differences between river-treated systems, well systems, different customer bases. And so we think it is appropriate that you maintain the district. Just because there's been an inexorable attempt to lobby for this single tariff pricing over many years doesn't mean that you should go all the way there. It has been opposed by most of the parties over most of that time. And so I think that covers everything that I wanted to say. Again, please consider the public side of this. The courts have said that protecting the rate-paying public is the guiding star of the Public Service Commission Act. And so please don't forget your first name, which is public.
Do the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Kaufman?
If I may, Judge, it's Commissioner Mitchell.
Hello, Commissioner.
Thank you for your testimony. Affordability is a key that's top of mind, I think, for all of the commissioners. And I'm curious, from your perspective, how do you define affordability?
Well, it's I guess different for every customer, and as there's more and more folks that fall into that unaffordability category as rates go up. There will be some who could never afford their bill, and some who could always afford their bill. But the higher the rates go, and the higher the rates go, at a faster rate than other expenses, it's going to make more folks struggle. And so, even Missouri American in this case has acknowledged that is something that needs to be addressed. We appreciate the UAT tariff idea, and we support it. I mean, partly because the company is owning it and proposing it, and so we hope that you adopt that, and that will be helpful to some of these folks that I talked about, and would look forward to working on that, to make sure that those on the lowest end, have a chance. I don't know if that answers your question, but I think the affordability is a customer-specific idea. And so the way I look at it is, if the rates are going up too high, you are creating unaffordability for more and more ratepayers.
Yeah, I can definitely see that perspective, and I appreciate your testimony. I appreciated your testimony on single tariff pricing as well. So
Okay.
Thank you for being
Thank
here.
you.
That's all the questions I have.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Doesn't appear to be. Thank you. Mr. Opitz.
Good morning, and may it please the Commission. Tim Opitz on behalf of MECG. Commission, you've got a difficult job in this case. You will decide what people pay for a necessary service. There's no getting around the fact that people, businesses, manufacturers, everyone needs this water that Missouri American is providing. You go to the public hearings and hear directly how these increases will impact people in their lives, how it will impact businesses, how it will impact communities. And, if you're like me, it's going to stick with you what you hear, and it will weigh on you. There will be an increase in this case. A 40% increase will cause people, businesses, manufacturers, communities to struggle. It is haunting to hear the stories that Mr. Kaufman just mentioned, that some people will be unable to pay no matter what the increase in this case will be. On top of that, your job is additionally difficult because utilities are complicated. Within just a few hours yesterday, you heard about the base extra capacity studies and linear regression studies and legal questions on top of all that. That is a full day. The ultimate question here, or in any rate case, is how do you determine what amount people should pay? The statutes say just and reasonable. Well, what does that mean? How do we get to just and reasonable? For me, that's cost of service. How do we do that? Basically, we look at all the costs to provide service in a discrete period of time, plus a return on that plant that's serving customers. That's the revenue requirement. Then we divide that amount among the customers based on the cost that those customers cause to the system. I don't want to give you any additional moral dilemmas here in your decision making. That's not helpful. So here are a few decision points you can make that will help customers. First, we should look at costs to provide service in a discrete period of time. We use a test year. Annualized, normalized, and known costs in that time period should be put into rates. I don't think anybody disputes that. Costs outside of that test period should not be included in rates. A few issues that impacts on this case are the discrete adjustments outside of the test year. You heard staff counsel this morning say that's about $20 million. That's an easy decision you can make to reduce this rate increase to customers. Those costs should be rejected. The production cost tracker. Yesterday, I can't remember who, a counsel or perhaps a commissioner asked one of my witness about the regulatory asset from that and how that, in their mind, it would actually be recovered in a future rate case. So don't worry about it here, right? I mean, that's the impression I got from the line of questioning. Well, look, I reject that. One, for a production cost tracker, it's not necessary under traditional rate making. They already have a reasonable opportunity to recover those costs. We have a true up, we have a test year, we have a true up, we have annualizations, normalizations. We build in a return on equity for them to earn those, to earn a return on that plant. They can recover those costs, have the opportunity to do so under our traditional methods. Second, a regulatory asset, all it does is pull costs incurred in one period and puts them into a next time period for consideration. So what happens with the regulatory asset is you may not be causing a direct increase in this case, but the next case, if those costs are included, it's going to be the cost of service plus whatever those costs in that regulatory asset would be. I don't support those deviations from cost of service. Customers should pay what the cost of service is. The production cost tracker should be rejected. The deferred depreciation, people talk about it as water PISA. There's two components to that. Again, that just creates another regulatory asset. Same issue with the production cost tracker. Please reject it. Revenue stabilization mechanism. I heard this morning, well, yesterday we talked about revenues. This case isn't about declining revenues. That's what the revenue stabilization mechanism is in theory supposed to account for. Revenues are stable. You heard from counsel for Missouri American this morning. This case is driven by capital spend. It's not declining revenues. Revenue stabilization mechanism is not going to address their declining spend or their capital spend, rather. The RSM takes isolated factors and moves consideration to another time frame. We're departing from cost of service when we're looking at a revenue stabilization mechanism. I urge you to reject it. Second component of my cost of service formula is the return on plant serving customers. That's the ROE. That's the capital structure. The company is asking for a 10.75% ROE. That would be the highest in the state. I'll have to check the transcript. I thought it would be the highest in the country. based on examination of the witnesses. Anyone that says a 10.75 ROE is required to provide safe and adequate service or attract capital to make investments to provide service on an ongoing fashion is just not credible. They're not. I urge you to reject their ROE request. For capital structure, in looking at the testimony, I'd urge you to look at OPC's Dave Murray's testimony. I think his recommendations convincingly show that the American Water capital structure, as adjusted by him, is the appropriate rate-making capital structure for this case. That issue will have a big impact on the overall revenue requirement. It will have an impact on what customers ultimately pay after this case. Third, how customer classes pay for the revenue requirement. Now, this is where I depart from OPC or the commission staff. I understand their perspective. This is a big increase. But to me, just and reasonable rates, as I said, are based on cost of service. And, you know, in this case, we've got a couple of cost of service studies. Traditionally, that is the way we look at how costs should be recovered and allocated to customers. We try and determine what cost a customer class causes and try and allocate that much of the revenue requirement to that class. Here, the company used the base extra capacity method. That's widely accepted in the industry. MECG's witness, Ms. York, looked at that and offered some modifications that get to cost of service. Water treatment costs for the fire protection districts that they are actually incurring, purchase power costs to show how purchase power is incurred, distribution costs for rate J, because rate J uses different distribution line lengths, so they're not using as much of the distribution system. And then class load characteristics, how the system was built, who it was built to serve, who's using the system when. Each of those recommendations by Ms. York gets us closer to cost of service. In my mind, gets us closer to just and reasonable rates. The OPC didn't do a study. The commission staff didn't do a study. I urge you to allocate the revenue request in this case based on Ms. York's class cost of service recommendations. You've got an awesome responsibility in this or any rate case to set reasonable rates. It's going to have an impact on people. It is cruel for the company to talk about affordability when they are asking for a 10.75 return on equity. It is cruel. They are wanting a tariff of questionable legality, rather than addressing it through the normal processes. They're asking for a tariff of questionable legality because their rates will be unaffordable to 16% of their customers. It's astonishing. Instead, I urge the commission to look at the testimony from the other non-company parties in this case, taken together in various components, the recommended testimony of OPC, of staff, of MECG, of MIEC, of Consumers Council, of other parties. Taken together, those recommendations get us closer to cost of service, get us closer to just and reasonable rates. The company has seen our testimony. The company's seen OPC's testimony, the staff's testimony, everybody else's testimony, and it hasn't been persuasive to them. They're not going to listen to us. I urge you, Commission, to make them listen to you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? All right.
Thank you.
Mr. Kleiser. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize. I didn't realize you were here in person.
Wouldn't miss my big opportunity. Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Joshua Harden, and I'm here today on behalf of Triumph Foods LLC to discuss the continued recognition and approval of Triumph Foods' special service contract with Missouri American Water Company. The issue of Triumph's special service contract is contained in the first stipulation agreement that was filed in this case, and I'm happy to tell you that it is without opposition in this case. I'm mostly up here to introduce my client and this issue to the commission. We're obviously supportive of the stipulation and agreement that was filed, and we urge the commission for its approval. Triumph Foods is a major economic driver in the St. Joseph, in St. Joseph, Missouri, and across its region. It's the largest industrial water consumer in Missouri American Water Company's service territory. We employ over 2,800 people, making us one of the largest employers in the area. Our operations contribute significantly to the local economy with ongoing investments in infrastructure, expansion projects, and workforce development. Since coming to Missouri, since our inception, Triumph Foods has invested tens of millions of dollars in our St. Joseph facility, ensuring that we continue to grow and innovate and provide stable and well-paying jobs. The special service contract that Triumph Foods operates under has been repeatedly reviewed and approved by this commission, like I said, since 2003. The term of the contract expires in 2028. This agreement ensures that Triumph Foods contributes to both the variable and fixed costs associated with our water usage while allowing our facility to remain competitive in a highly cost-sensitive industry. The special contract is not only fair, but it's also beneficial to other Missouri American Water customers, as Triumph Foods' contribution help reduce the overall revenue requirement. The Commission has previously recognized the importance of Triumph Foods' presence in St. Joseph, particularly as an anchor for economic development in a historically significant industrial area. The availability of a competitive water rate was a decisive factor in Triumph's decision to establish operations there, and it continues to play a critical role in our ability to sustain and expand our business. The contract ensures that Triumph Foods remains a stable and growing part of this community, and we urge the Commission to maintain its longstanding recognition of this agreement in its final decision in this case. In conclusion, Triumph Foods supports reasonable and fair utility rates, but we also emphasize the importance of the economic development riders and special service contracts for large industrial consumers like us. We appreciate the opportunity to present our position, to introduce ourselves, and thank the Commission for its time and consideration.
All right. Yes, Commissioner Kolkmeyer.
Thank you, Judge. Just inquiring, what are some of the foods and or some of the brands that Triumph processes in St. Joe?
Primarily, I think it's 100% pork-related products, and Seaboard is one of our major holders. If you look at the attachment on Brian Collins' testimony, you'll find a list of the various food brands and labels that we have.
Thank you.
You bet.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, Commissioner Mitchell.
Sorry.
Sure. And since you brought it up, I just want to make sure to confirm that your client's special service contract does indeed reimburse the company fully for all of the cost of services that are triggered by Triumph Foods operation.
And then some, I believe. Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Kleiser.
That's okay. No, it's fine. I deserve to be laughed at too, for what it's worth. If it would please the commission, once again, good morning. John Kleiser on behalf of the OPC. As has sort of been touched on by other witnesses, other counsel, there was a bit of a gentleman's agreement that we would sort of hopefully try to avoid the mini openings for the first issue since we're doing general openings. So for this one, I'm going to do basically 3 parts. I'm going to give you a short general overview, and then I'm going to touch on the 2 issues that are going to be first up afterwards, so I don't have to come up a second time and give a mini opening. And I should be moving ahead to show you those 3 parts. So again, we're going to have a general opening statements, then I'm going to talk about the discrete adjustments, and I'm going to talk about the water PISA issue. So, general overview. Personally, I always like to start off on at least a positive note when I can. So the first thing I want to mention is that we have had some settlements in this case. We had 2 settlements, in fact. The first one was able to settle some, I think, 34 issues. It's a bit hard to count, depends on how you kind of shake things out. And that one is unanimous, no objections. And the second one, of course, is the UAT and miscellaneous fees, for which there is an objection. And I just want to say, and with respect to Mr. Opitz on behalf of MECG, I do thank all of the interveners and the parties who are willing to come together and work on those both of those settlements. It is important for us to recognize that even when there is significant disagreement, there's still opportunities for us to reach some agreements on issues. So again, I thank the parties for being willing to work on those settlements. So with those settlements, what do we still have in front of us? Well, again, by dollar amount, the 3 biggest issues in front of you are, in order, the rate of return, the discrete adjustments, which we're about to hear, and the support services, which we've already heard. There's also quite a few what I qualify as non-dollar issues that include class cost of service, billing determinants, the RSM, and the water PISA. Now, I want to say, when I say non-dollar, keep in mind that what I mean by that is it doesn't have a revenue requirement impact, or really shouldn't, but they still have potential dollar impacts. I kind of explained yesterday with the billing determinants. If the billing determinant is set wrong, the company will either over or under recover. So just keep it in mind when you think non-dollar, doesn't have an impact, it's just not supposed to impact the revenue requirement, at least not in this case. So what I'd really like to kind of do is more actually than anything focus on the health of the company, because what you heard from Mr. Cooper on behalf of Missouri American Water was a dire picture, a concern with the ability of this company to attract capital to maintain its operations. And I don't think that that's really justified. The figure you see here is taken from a February 2024 investor relations report put out by American Water Company, the parent of Missouri American Water Company. And what you can see is that American Water Company was touting to its investors that it succeeded in achieving its 8% compound annual growth rate of its earnings per share. It is, and it has been for a while now, achieving its preferred growth rates. It also discussed how American Water Company as a whole had added over 90,000 customers and had made about $3.3 billion in overall investments. And I'm going to ask you to keep that $3.3 billion in mind for just a second when I start talking about Missouri in particular. But I want to take a moment because obviously there was discussion of earned ROEs and sort of the concerns related to that. 2 things. First of all, this company doesn't have to attract capital the way that it's being described. This company is wholly owned subsidiary. It gets all of its capital needs through its parent. So I just want to kind of don't fall into the mistake of thinking, oh, we have to go find investors for us. Remember, all the money is coming through American Water Company. And American Water Company, as you can see, is doing very, very well. They have no problem attracting investors. The other thing I just want to briefly touch on is the concept of an earned ROE, or return on equity. Your return on equity is equal to your total net income divided by your equity balances. The important thing to remember there is that it's net income, which means it's your total revenues less your expenses. In between rate cases, the company begins to incur expenses with continued construction costs. That's what's dragging down your earned ROE. It's not about, do we need a revenue stabilization mechanism or anything like that. you're always going to see a decrease to the earned ROE if the utility continues construction in between rate cases, because that is going to encourage, or rather create, additional expenses that aren't yet reflected in rates. But the commission has systems in place to acknowledge those expenses, like AFUDC, which we'll also kind of discuss today, as well as the WSIRA. So the whole concept of not meeting your earned ROE is it's a misstatement. But moving on. So we talked about the $3.3 billion in total investment. How much has been spent in Missouri? And as you can see, again, that same 2024 investor analyst report touted $1.1 billion, billion with a B, in spend here in Missouri. And even Mr. Cooper himself acknowledged $1.2 billion in his opening. This is a good point to remind everybody that this case doesn't involve significant plant disallowances. So it's not like we're up here arguing whether or not that $1.1 billion was prudent. We're letting them keep all of it. But it's also important to remember, again, they're telling you, oh, we need this RSM to attract capital. I don't see that. If it was really the case that, we needed all these mechanisms in RSM, Water PISA, or they're not going to make investments, would they be making $1.1 billion of investments now when they don't have an RSM, when they don't have a Water PISA? Clearly, this company does not have a problem encouraging its parent to invest heavily in Missouri. And you can also see why if you start to look at how Missouri ranks among the other states where it operates. Again, this same figure is taken from an investor analyst report, and there's actually a copy of this exact figure in the testimony of Dr. Jeff Mark. And it sort of highlights the various mechanisms that Missouri American Water, or rather its parent, American Water Company, considers important from an investor, from a regulatory standpoint. And what you'll see is that Missouri hits nearly every single one of these boxes. In fact, the only one that Missouri isn't in is in the future test year. We're instead a hybrid test year, according to American Water Company. And even now, there is legislation moving down the street that would push us into the future test year category. Again, Dr. Mark compiled this chart, which you can find in his testimony, that shows where Missouri ranks in terms of these regulatory favorable mechanisms. And Missouri is 5.5 out of 6, about to potentially become 6 out of 6. This is a favorable state. American Water recognizes that, which is why the company has already invested $1.1 billion without an RSM, without Water PISA. You do not need to keep giving new things to the company to encourage investment. It's already coming. So, this is a quick conclusion of the general overview. Once again, we have already had an enormous amount of capital invested in Missouri. And this is because American Water Works Company, the parent, clearly sees Missouri as a highly favorable regulatory environment. What the company now is asking for is just icing on top of the cake. They already have a WSIRA. They're about to have future test year. Now they need the RSM. Now they need a Water PISA. If you grant them these things, the next time they come back, it'll be even more. That is the modus operandi of this company. Mox customers cannot sustain that kind of constant addition, constant give. There has to be a limit. All right, with that, I'm now going to move into the two specific topics that are going to be addressed first today, starting with discrete adjustments. What is a discrete adjustment? We often refer to them as an isolated adjustment. Effectively, what it is we have a test year, and then we have a true-up period. But sometimes there's something that happens beyond the true-up period that we know is going to happen. And because we know it's going to happen, we're allowed to put it into the test year or into the case. I think one of the best examples of this would be, let's say you have a union contract, and that union contract guarantees an increase to payroll outside the test year. We know it's going to happen because it's part of the contract. It's not like but it's outside the test year, so we can include it. We call that standard known and measurable. That's the standard that the commission staff always employs. Do we know it's going to happen? Can we measure it? Now, the problem in this case starts with what the company is asking to discretely adjust. And I'm not going to read all these items, but you can see here, Missouri American Water tried to sugarcoat it by saying, oh, it's 4 or 5 different things. Really, those are 4 or 5 big groups. If you start looking at the number of things that they want to increase, which I literally couldn't fit on one page without making the text illegible, because, as you can see, it's actually just about every single cost component that goes into a case. And again, that list, as was already identified, is in Ms. Boland's testimony. The company is not asking for discrete, isolated adjustments. The company is asking to update its entire case, more or less, through May 31st, the effective date of rates in this case. And you all cannot determine whether those adjustments are known and measurable at that time, at this time. And the reason for that is because there is actually no real evidence before the commission right now to support these adjustments. The only thing right now in testimony evidence is a supplemental testimony by Mr. Brian LeGrand that has a sheet that shows you the full total dollar amounts. The actual evidence that was supposed to be supporting these, according to Mr. LeGrand's surrebuttal testimony, was to be provided in true-up information, which was January 31st, 2025. And I want to point out to the commission, this actually creates an evidentiary problem, because the information, the evidence that was supposed to support this true-up information, or rather, sorry, the discrete adjustments, was actually supplied 21 days after the last opportunity for non-company parties to file testimony. This is a serious concern to me, because it means that the non-company parties have not had an opportunity to file testimony in this case regarding the discrete adjustment evidence that was supplied as part of the true-up information. Despite all that, the OPC does have one minor adjustment to this. At the beginning of this case, we sent DRs to the company that basically asked for pro forma estimates regarding their discrete adjustments. And based on that information, the OPC's witness, Mr. John Robinette, was able to determine that they thought that there was an error in the depreciation reserve balances. We believe that error to be about $5 million. And I just want to point out really quick, that's $5 million of depreciation reserve, which means it's rate base. So it's not $5 million of revenue requirement. You'd multiply that $5 million by the rate of return, which if we say is, let's say roughly, I don't know, 6%, for example, you're actually only talking about $400,000 or less in revenue requirement. So it's not a large amount by any stretch, but it is something that we identified. So, and we also, again, we're struggling to find it. We don't think the company actually responded to Mr. Robinette's disallowance. So our position, first and foremost, is that you should not be allowing these discrete adjustments because they're not really discrete adjustments. These aren't specific known and measurable changes. This is an attempt to update the entire case. And there really isn't any evidence in front of the commission because it was all just provided as part of true-up information well after testimony had closed. However, if you do decide to allow the discrete adjustments, we would encourage you to make Mr. Robinette's $5 million adjustment to reserve balances. The very last issue that I want to bring up or discuss is the water PISA. I use the term water PISA. The company prefers the term deferrals, but the reality is it is PISA. So let's really quick, what is PISA? PISA stands for Plant in Service Accounting. And the short version is that it's a mechanism that allows you to defer part of the return of and return on a plant after it has been put into service, but before it goes into rates. And this is exactly what the company is asking for. They want to defer part of the return of and return on plant after it goes into service, but before it is put into rates. The problem is that there's only one statute in Missouri right now that allows PISA, and it's section 393.1400. This is the electric PISA statute. It only applies to electric utilities. It only allows 85% of the deferrals to be put into the accounts. It has a specific list of qualifying electric plant, and I want to point out, the first thing you think of when you think of that is it prevents you from putting in gas-fired, and I believe nuclear, I'm not sure on that. But it also includes a prohibition of including plant to add new customers. That's actually it's a minor point, but that's a prohibition in the electric statute. You can't have PISA on plan to add new customers. There's also a couple other restrictions and protections. What is Missouri American Water asking for? Well, to start off with, they're not an electric corporation. They're requesting more than the 85% deferral allowed for electric corporations. They're asking for no restrictions whatsoever, and they've eliminated all the other protections and restrictions that would apply under the statutory PISA for electric. There is a phrase that is used in the law, and this is where, lawyers love to be fancy and throw around their Latin, expressio unus est exclusio alteris, which just really means the expression of one thing is the exclusion of the other. And I'm not going to read that big quote to you. That's just showing that this commission has identified and used that legal standard in the past. What the legal standard means in simple terms is that if you have a statute that says X, you're supposed to interpret that to mean not X, or rather, everything that is in it excludes everything that's out of it. What that means in this case is that if you have a statute that says you can do this for electric, that should be interpreted to mean you can't do it for anybody who isn't an electric corporation. And to really kind of drive this point home, I'd like you all to engage in just a simple thought experiment for me. Imagine for a second that you all agree to give Missouri American Water its deferrals today. Tomorrow, Ameren, Missouri comes in here and says, we saw what you just gave Mock. We want the exact same thing. Let's say tomorrow, Ameren, Missouri says, we want 100% deferral of all the return of and on all of our investments without restrictions. What's going to happen? Staff, the OPC, MECG, we're all going to jump up and say, you can't do that. There's a statute that limits what you can put in PISA. If you all reach the conclusion that you couldn't give Ameren what the company is requesting because Ameren has a statute that allows them to do PISA, why on earth would you reach the conclusion that Missouri American Water should be able to do it without a statute? Do you see how backwards that is? Ameren had to go get the blessing of the legislature. And that should say Evergy, Liberty, all the electric corporations had to go get the blessing of the legislature to be able to do these deferrals. And the legislature put restrictions on them, and that was part of a negotiated agreement that occurred there. Missouri American Water wants you all to sidestep the legislature and give them something that they have not gotten the blessing for and which they have no legal right for. All right, that concludes my arguments on all of those issues. Are there any questions? I didn't catch that, I'm sorry. Okay. I'm not seeing any, so I'm going to step down.
All right, let's take about a 10-minute break. We'll be back on the record at 10:25. So we are off the record. All right, if we could get started. All right, let's go back on the record. Mr. Cooper, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. We would call Richard Svinland.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Please state your name.
Richard Svinland,
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Missouri American Water Company as its president.
Have you caused to be prepared for the purposes of this proceeding certain direct testimony and certain rebuttal, surrebuttal, and surrebuttal testimony in question and answer form?
I have.
Is it your understanding that that testimony has been marked as Exhibits 25 and 26 for identification?
Yes.
If I were, all right, well, let me start with this. Do you have any changes that you would like to make to that testimony at this time?
No changes.
If I were to ask you the questions which are contained in Exhibits 25 and 26 today, would your answers be the same?
They would.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
They are.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibits 25 and 26 into evidence and tender Mr. Svinland for cross-examination.
Are there any objections? All right, then I will admit Exhibit 25 and 26. Ms. Aslan, do you have any cross?
No questions.
Mr. Kleiser?
No questions. Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kaufman?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Opitz?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? Okay. All right. I have no questions myself, so thank you. You're free to step down.
All right. That was interesting.
Mr. Cooper, who is your next witness?
We would call Mr. Brian LeGrand.
All right, Mr. LeGrand has previously been sworn in, so Mr. Cooper, go ahead.
I don't know that he has, Your Honor. I think I need to, oh, I'm sorry, he has. Given that, I will offer tender Mr. LeGrand for cross-examination.
All right. Ms. Aslan?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Kleiser?
No questions. Thank you.
Mr. Kaufman?
No questions.
Mr. Opitz?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Sorry, Mr. Harden, I skipped over you last time. Any questions this time?
No. And none for last time.
Okay, perfect. Any questions from the commissioners for Mr. LeGrand?
I do, Your Honor.
Yes. Commissioner Mitchell?
In your direct testimony, you made a statement that, and it was something to the effect that the regulatory environment in the state of Missouri makes it virtually impossible for a water or wastewater utility to earn its authorized return. And could you elaborate on that just a bit? I mean, what are your, say, 2 or 3 top concerns about the regulatory environment in Missouri?
Sure. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. I think the biggest driver of the shortfall that the company experiences between what our actual return is and what is a reasonable return is certainly the regulatory lag that we experience. So that is certainly the big driver. That's, you know, due to the investment that we make and the time in which the delay from when we place assets in service and when they're first recovered in rates, either through the WSIRA, which mitigates lag but does not eliminate it, or things that are not WSIRA eligible when they're up in the next rate case. Yeah, I think there are you know, challenges. You know, we've talked about capital structure, how Missouri is relative to other states. I think in one of the data requests I sponsored data request 47, we show how Missouri compares to our other states in that, so that's certainly a challenge. So, you know, the lag is certainly the biggest thing. You know, the test year, most of American Water affiliate states use a future test year. We talked about that, and as I think someone alluded to earlier, there is some legislation in process that may address that concern. So I think it's really it's primarily the lag driven by the investment, Commissioner.
Okay, and is it true to say that, you know, the WSIRA mechanism reduces that lag?
Yes, it absolutely does. And I think in my direct testimony, I think I showed that our average return over the last 10 years was 8.31%, and that does include the WSIRA. If you did not have WSIRA in there, that 8.31% would be lower. And while the company does not have a commission-ordered return, you know, an ROE in the last several cases, you know, 8.31 is certainly lower than any other, you know, considerably lower than any other party has proposed in this case.
Thank you. That answers my questions.
Sure, you're welcome.
Judge Sire, Chair Hahn, I do have a comment for Mr. LeGrand.
Yes, ma'am.
And this could have been also equally said during Mr. Spindlin's testimony, but I had been weighing on it for a bit. And because Commissioner Mitchell asked about the regulatory environment in Missouri and how it may or may not compare, I think it's important. I think the commission really wants to continue to have constructive rate case outcomes. And in this case, I think that many of the positions that the company has put forward definitely make that significantly more difficult. So with that, I would simply request that the company revisit its positions on issues. Otherwise, I mean, we'll continue to hear the case, continue to evaluate issue by issue, but I think we all want a constructive outcome, and so I would just make that request. Thank you.
All right, Mr. LeGrand, I have several questions, and many of them are related to your supplemental direct testimony that was filed in September. So
Okay.
if you can refer to that.
Sure. Okay, I'm there.
On page 3, on the topic of discrete adjustments, on line 19, 18 and 19, you say that these adjustments are detailed in Schedule BWL-1. I don't see a Schedule BWL-1, so my question is the table that's, I would assume if it was printed out, it would be 2 pages. Should that be considered Schedule BWL-1?
Yeah, sure. That should be.
And that's
It's also not marked that way on my copy, so that appears to have been an oversight on our part.
Okay, so that is right at the end of your testimony, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
My apologies.
Okay. If we look at that table, I'm laughing at myself because I always print these front and back, and I kind of wish I wouldn't have printed this one front and back. Is it accurate that for the discrete adjustments column in that schedule, every item that does not have a 0 in that column would have an adjustment to the December 31st, 2024 true-up amount for the period January 1st, 25 through May 31st, 25?
Yes.
Okay. How are the discrete adjustments included in your supplemental direct testimony? How are they calculated?
Well, so the discrete adjustment amounts included there are the amounts that were included in our initial filing back in July of 2024. And so just as an example, the plant and service, it shows $150.8 million of discrete adjustment. And that is the amount of the in the work papers, all the rate-based expenses are all scheduled out by month. And so that's the amount from January through May that was in our initial filing.
Okay, and so are you saying that if I go through the entirety of these 2 pages, and down that column, the discrete adjustments column, I should be able to find identical numbers? Well, I say identical numbers. The January through May should add up to what is in this column in previously filed testimony at the start of this case.
Yes, there were a couple exceptions that I noted in the testimony.
Okay.
Would you like me to go over those, or?
Sure. I mean, yeah.
Okay. So there was a correction on some of the revenue items that I explained, and that had to do with the amount of revenue that was attributed to the industrials. And there was a correction in income taxes, and there was a sign that had been the wrong way initially on a few of the smaller rate-based items, and so those were all corrected. The other thing that was changed was our related to our cost of capital, and we wanted to reflect the fact that since the initial filing, we had gotten approval to take on some state revolving fund loans, and so we reflected that in our the expected timing of that was reflected in our projected debt that we would have. So that was not in our initial filing. We wanted to include that to be more representative of what would actually take place.
Okay. Would you agree that at the time you filed this, or in September, the amounts in the column labeled discrete adjustments are not actual May 31st, 2025 amounts?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. If I can direct your attention to the second page of that table, about 3/4 of the way down, present rate revenue, so that is just under that
Under
thicker,
the header, yeah.
right, there you go. What is the present rate revenue in the true-up 12/31/24 column, that amount of $460,643,091?
So that represents the revenue that we generated with the rates that are currently in effect, based on the billing determinants at that point.
Okay, and the figure just to the right, that negative $7,030,141.
Right. So that's the difference between. So the May 31/25 present revenue is the revenue at today's rates based on the billing determinants through May. So it's just the difference in the billing determinants. It's the same rate in both of them.
So column A minus column B equals
Yes,
column
exactly.
C, you might
Yes.
say. Is it Missouri American's intent to provide any additional actual amounts for discrete adjustments prior to the operation of law date in this case? And if so, when will that information be filed, and what evidence will be included?
Well, we had, in my, I believe it was in my direct testimony, we had offered a reconciliation at the end of it to show that any amounts that were put in service in the plants, were actually placed in service, so that way the customers aren't paying for plant that's not actually in service. And we can certainly provide, I know there's concerns about having the amount of time to review it, and the company can certainly provide, periodic updates to actuals, if parties would find that helpful.
Okay. Public counsel witness, John Robinette, in his direct testimony on page 4, he states that the company seeks to defer assets related to new customers, whether by main and service line extensions or through the purchase of other water and wastewater systems. Would you agree with that statement?
Well, so first, I don't have the testimony in front of me,
Right.
but so the discrete adjustments include our expected spend. That does not include, those numbers do not include any potential acquisitions. We had talked about some very small acquisitions, I think in my rebuttal testimony. And I guess those would include, to the extent there was any customer growth, I suppose that might be in there, but if there is, it's a very small piece of the amount of investment.
Okay. When it comes to that schedule, is it okay if I refer to it as Schedule B, WL-1?
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
When it comes to that schedule, in that true-up column, has Missouri American updated any of those figures since you filed that in September?
Yes. So when we provided the true-up data on January 31st, the information provided there, not this exact same schedule, but all that information was updated with what was the actual true-up at the time. This, of course, was an estimate of the true-up since it was done in September.
Okay. And will these amounts be updated in true-up testimony?
Yes, that was my intention, was to include a schedule, essentially identical to this with, when I filed true-up testimony, yes.
Okay. All right. Those are my questions, and I'll ask Ms. Aslan, do you have any recross?
No questions.
All right. Mr. Kleiser, any recross?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Opitz is shaking his head. How about, I don't see Mr. Kaufman. All right. Any redirect by the company?
Yes, Your Honor. I have a document that I want to mark for identification, if we could. Mr. LeGrand had mentioned DR 47 in his response to Commissioner Mitchell. I'd like to mark that DR 47 at this time. At this time, provide a copy to the witness. Your Honor, I think I stopped before I actually moved on to the number. I believe it's Exhibit 30. Would that be consistent with your
Correct.
list? Mr. LeGrand, do you have before you what's now been marked as Exhibit 30?
Yes, I do.
I believe in your response to Commissioner Mitchell, you had mentioned DR 47. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And is this the document you were referencing?
Yes.
Okay. At this time, I would like to offer DR 47, Your Honor.
All right.
I
Mr.
may,
Clayser.
can I have one moment?
Sure.
Yes, I will object to this. Just a couple of minor things up front. First of all, I will note that the commission is, that the company is attempting to admit a document that it is providing its own response on, but which it objected to in the first case. I just find that kind of ironic. But more to the point, the numbers contained in this document include, for example, Missouri American Water, which has a return of ROE that is not actually authorized, because that number is part of a black box settlement. So the information being conveyed here is already wrong on its face. Also, because of the mechanism by which the information is being presented, we would not have an opportunity to cross Mr. LeGrand to prove that point.
Mr. Cooper.
Yeah, Your Honor, I think that, again, it's being provided here for Mr., as further explanation or the background of what Mr. LeGrand referred to in his earlier testimony. So I think it is appropriate at this point for him to, or to admit this document. I do note that Mr. LeGrand was the sponsor of this, this document, and thus he can, it's his information, I guess, is the point. It's unlike what we had talked about previously.
Would you allow cross-examination on this document alone?
Well, I don't think it would be first off, it's not up to me to allow it, I suppose, but I don't think it's appropriate in this situation. I mean, we're on redirect. I think it's being offered in the order that it should have been, and so I guess that would be my response, Your Honor.
May I respond to that point?
Was that you? I'm sorry.
Yes, it was.
Yes.
Again, I note that this is information being provided by Missouri American Water, and the date of which it was provided appears to be, well, it was requested July 3rd of 2024. It seems very odd that this is the point at which they want to introduce new testimony evidence into the record, considering that they had 2 rounds of testimony in which they could have provided this information if they so choose. To suggest now, after he's been examined or provided cross-examination, to supplement his testimony by adding new information that could have been added in either 2 previous rounds of written testimony, it seems to be a gross injustice.
Your Honor, this is Tim Opitz from MECG. I'm considering joining in MECG's objection, but can I have permission to voir dire the witness on this exhibit before I make a decision on that?
Yes.
Mr. LeGrand, this exhibit, and I forget the number.
Is exhibit 30.
30.
That's been marked.
It includes a Missouri American Water line item on the second page that lists a 9.6 authorized return on equity for the rate case WR 2022-0303. Is that correct?
Did you say that includes a 9.6? Mr. Opitz, is that what you said?
I'm sorry, I'm lining up now. It looks like it's a 9.75. Is that right?
Yes, that is what it says, yes.
And that is that rate case is the company's most recent rate case, is that right?
Yes, and I will note there's a footnote that's important.
Footnote number 4. You would, so you agree that that case was settled with a black box agreement that didn't specify the ROE?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I guess at this time I would join in that objection by OPC. The information requested in this data request was all authorized returns. You know, this doesn't appear to be an authorized return in that document, so I would just join in the OPC's objection.
Your Honor, to, well, actually, Mr. LeGrand's testimony there as a part of that exchange, the document is footnoted, and the information that Mr. Opitz is worried about is footnoted and explained in that document. So I don't think there's any misrepresentation once one reviews that information. I don't believe that the timing is an appropriate objection. I mean, there was an objection that the company was supplementing the record. I don't think it is in this situation because of how it's played out. But I would also note that, you know, we had a couple of objections about friendly cross previously, which is essentially an objection to supplementing the record, and where the company also had no opportunity to respond to that because of the order of cross. So I don't know that is, again, a determining factor in the admission of this document.
All right. I'm going to sustain the objection, and Exhibit 30 will not come into evidence.
Mr. LeGrand, you were, as a part of the answer that we referred to before, you were explaining, I think, regulatory lag and its impacts. Could you talk a little bit about I guess, particularly how that relates to the discrete adjustments that have been proposed as to plant in this case?
Sure. Well, what the discrete adjustments do is that, without the discrete adjustments, what will happen is the investments that are made, they're placed in service rather after December 31, 2024. You know, those investments will experience lag until they're placed into rates. Now, some of those will be picked up in the future with CIRA, but by including the discrete adjustments, that addresses the lag that would be experienced between January of 2024, or 2025, excuse me, through May of 25.
And you were here for my opening statement, I suppose, right?
Yes.
And I made the comment that some of those investments are in service today. Would that be accurate?
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And would you say that not only are they in service, that the information related to their cost is also available?
Yes.
The judge asked you some questions about the present rate revenues line of your BWL-1. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And just so I understand one, and then hopefully others. When you talked about the $460 million figure for present rate revenue as of the true-up 12/31/2024, obviously your filing predated that, so it wasn't actual revenue. But even post the end of the true-up date, will that number necessarily be the actual revenue that was received by the company during that calendar year, or will it be a normalized amount of revenue for purposes of setting the rate?
Yes, it would be normalized. It would not just be the actual 12/31/24 revenue.
And that's the significance of the billing determinants that you referenced as well, right?
Correct.
And you may have touched on this a little bit, but you were asked a question about your true-up testimony that's coming up quicker than we would like.
Yes.
Okay. And as a part of that process, there will be an opportunity to respond to your testimony as well, correct?
I believe so.
And-
Actually, I would have, it's not really an object. You know what? Can I query the judge if that's accurate? Just because the procedural schedule, as I'm aware of, doesn't include a response to the direct testimony for true-up. And if it is in fact the case, I want to make sure that that's cleared up on the schedule.
Are you referring to the hearing schedule?
The procedural schedule at large.
Schedule. All right. Can you make that point again, since I've got the procedural schedule in front of me now?
Does the procedural schedule allow for a responsive round true-up testimony?
Judge, I'm looking at the schedule as well, and I don't see it on there, although it would have been my intent, and I would have thought the party's intent to have responsive testimony, but
I'm going to, I didn't actually lodge an objection. I'm going to take up a matter as soon as Mr. LeGrand leaves the leaves the stands with regard to that point then, if you will mind. But I will, I didn't raise an objection, so I'll, yeah.
Okay.
let me back up then a little bit. The information that you will provide in that true-up testimony will largely be the information that was provided to the parties at the end of January of this year. Is that correct?
Yes.
I don't have any other questions, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Mr. LeGrand. All right. So are we ready for witness Bolin?
Trying to decide if I want to make a motion to amend the procedural schedule on the record. Don't think I do.
Good morning, Ms. Bolin.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony given in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Before I begin, yesterday, staff filed corrected direct and rebuttal testimony of Kim Bolin, and I would like to mark that. I believe our next exhibit number is 229.
Yes, that's what I show.
Okay, thank you. All right, Ms. Bolin, could you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Kimberly Bolin, Kimberly
And how are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission. I am the director of the Financial and Business Analysis Division.
And did you prepare corrected direct/rebuttal testimony that has now been marked as Exhibit 229 and cross the rebuttal testimony marked as Exhibit 218?
I did.
Do you have any corrections to your testimony?
I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same questions contained in your testimony today, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
They would.
The information contained in your testimony true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I would offer Exhibits 2 218 and 229 into evidence and tender Ms. Boland for cross.
All right, is there any objection to the admission of those documents? Hearing none, 218 and 229 are admitted. All right, any cross on behalf of the company?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Boland, it looked to me like your corrected testimony maintained all pretty much the same page numbers and line numbers for the spots that were not changed. Would you agree with that?
I would.
Good, because I had highlighted your other testimony before I got the new testimony. In your direct/rebuttal testimony, you state that staff is not generally opposed to discrete adjustments that occur past the true-up period if the adjustment is known and measurable, and if the timing of the event does not skew the matching principle, correct?
What page is that on?
Page 12, lines 4 to 9, I believe.
That's what it says, yes.
Now, if I understand your testimony correctly, staff believes that these conditions are met for labor expense discrete adjustments for merit increases for non-bargaining unit employees that were anticipated in February of 2025. Is that correct?
We would use the most updated payroll information, including the positions that are filled. We would not apply these to the unfilled positions.
But you do plan to do that, and then there's some rollout dollars associated as well, right?
That is correct.
Now, other than labor and the employee benefits expenses, has staff identified any other discrete adjustments that would fit your criteria?
We have not had time to examine everything with preparing for the hearing, but we will examine other issues.
So that's still a possibility?
It may be if it's known and measurable.
Okay. And let me ask it this way. In these discrete adjustments, the labor and employee benefits expenses and then any other you might find would then be included at what point in your numbers?
In our true-up. If it is verifiable by true-up, known and measured.
And when you say true-up, by the true-up hearing?
I would assume the true-up direct testimony.
Or your response, if there is one?
Excuse me?
You also, in your direct rebuttal testimony on page 10, state not all of the actual costs incurred for all the plant that is to be placed in service between the true-up date and the operational law date will be known or measurable at the time of the commission's decision in this case, especially if any of the plant is placed into service shortly before May 31st, correct?
Correct.
When do you expect the commission's decision in this case?
I'm not sure. I don't have
Sometime before the operational law date?
Yes, I don't have the procedural schedule in front of me.
Now, and you've heard me say this, I guess, both in my opening and in questioning with Mr. LeGrand on a redirect, but you'd agree as well, wouldn't you, that Missouri American has and will have plant that goes into service or even has gone into service between December 31st of 2024 and May 28th of 2025?
They will have plant that goes into service. However, the books will not be closed. It takes a while to close the books, and then to get us the information, review it, is the issue.
Yeah, so you're not really talking about necessarily whether it should be included. You're talking about sort of the logistics.
The logistics of the review,
including it.
yes.
In your mind, if plant went into service by January of 15th, on January 15th of this year, would you have that opportunity to review?
I'm not sure if we would have enough time to review that.
So from your sort of logistical perspective, does that mean that you're thinking now that none of that plant will fit your definition?
It depends the size of the plant, the cost. We'd have to review prudency. There's a lot of issues involved there.
Now, that having been said, you'd agree that that plant, once placed into service, again, will no longer be collecting AFUDC, and the company will have started expensing, or started its depreciation expense, correct?
That is correct, but the plant, if you replace that plant, that retired plant will still be in the rates.
You talk about section 393.1400 RISMO, correct, in your testimony?
Could you point me to the page that I discussed that?
Well, it's in your, I think in your cross rebuttal. Pretty much throughout your cross rebuttal, I would say.
I'm there.
And that's been referred to as the PISA statute, right?
That is correct.
And it involves electric plant, as has been said several times today, right?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that historically another name for what's being treated as plant and service accounting was construction accounting?
We have used that term also.
And would you agree that prior to the enactment of section 393.1400, the commission ordered the use of construction accounting in various cases?
We have used construction accounting in other cases, but we have also had other parameters in the construction accounting, such as a lower amount of ROE to use to determine the carrying cost, and we've also put parameters on the amount, the time frame on which it can be collected.
And so that's a yes, right?
It's yes, but we've
Right.
also put other conditions around it.
Did you propose any of those conditions in this case?
No, I did not.
Now, as to the deferral mechanism that is being proposed by the company, again, we're talking about plant investment, correct?
That is correct.
And I believe previously you talked about regulatory lag and that it serves as an important incentive on the utility to be as cost-conscious and efficient over time as possible in order to maintain its earnings level, and that it also allows the utility to experience higher earnings if the utility is able to reduce its cost of service. Is that a correct statement?
That is correct.
And again, because we're talking about plant in regard to the deferral mechanism, if I think about what incentive there is for the company or what ability it has to avoid regulatory lag in regard to that plant investment, really the only reason to, or the only way to keep the cost of service equal between rate cases is to not invest in plant, correct?
No, currently you can invest in plant and recover through the WZERA.
Well, and that was going to be my next question. First off, the WSERA doesn't apply to all plant, correct?
That is correct, and neither does PISA.
Yeah, and you do, and even for that WSERA plant, the company's going to experience some regulatory lag, correct?
Some slight regulatory lag, but the plant you replace will still be in the rates and base rates that the company is recovering.
Well, and let's go back. You talked about a slight bit of regulatory lag. I think in your testimony, you laid out a chart and identified regulatory lag associated with one of the WSERAs that lasted from 3 months to up to a year, didn't you?
I don't know if it was up to a year. Let me look at that. Yes, it was. One month, it was up to 12 months.
Yeah. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
Mr. Kleiser?
Yes. Good morning, Ms. Bolin.
Good morning.
I'm going to cover a little bit of a range of topics, so I'm going to start you off with one that might be a little bit out of left field. You are, I'm almost certain based on your testimony, you're an accountant, correct?
That is correct.
Are you familiar with the term AFUDC?
Yes, I am.
You would agree with me that that term stands for allowances for funds used during construction?
Yes.
You would agree with me that construction costs are generally funded through bridge financing, correct? For utility, let me add. Let me repeat that for the sake of the record, sorry. You would agree with me that for a utility, construction is generally funded through bridge financing?
Generally, I'm not sure that it is done all the time.
What generally?
Generally.
And in this case, when we talk about bridge financing, we're talking about short-term debt issuances, correct?
That is correct.
You would agree with me that under the matching principle, it would be important for the commission to match the short-term debt outlays to the short-term debt costs?
I'm confused by your question.
Very
I don't
well.
think we included short-term debt in the,
I'm aware. Let me try that a second time. Well, let's start with, you would agree with me that the commission employs the matching principle where possible, correct?
we do.
And you would agree with me that at a high level, the matching principle requires you to match costs to causation.
That's correct.
And you would agree with me that to the extent that construction costs are being covered by short-term debt, it would make sense for AFUDC that is supporting those construction costs to also employ short-term debt.
If it is being covered solely by short-term debt.
Correct. Permission to mark an exhibit and permission to approach, I believe I should be on 320.
Granted. That is correct, 320.
Now, Ms. Boland, I could turn to your list of pre-filed testimony, I'm sure is attached to your exhibit, but before I have to do that, would you at least agree with me that you filed testimony previously in Missouri American Water rate case number WR 20200344?
Yes, I did.
I've got an objection, Your Honor, I'd like to lodge at this time. This feels as if we are trying the AFUDC issue that's coming up later today. And I guess consistent with, well, let me back up. I don't believe Ms. Boland has any testimony on the AFUDC issue. And consistent with the objection that was made to my DR 47 exhibit earlier, it feels like it's an attempt to improperly supplement the record.
Response? A couple of different grounds. First, under Missouri law, section 491.070 of cross-examination of a witness, as Ms. Boland has taken the stand and provided evidence, I am statutorily authorized to question her on any matter in the case. While she is not being put forward directly by staff with regard to the rate-based issues, since she has taken the stand, I am at liberty to question her regarding it under statute. Second of all, this is a cross-examination. I am building my case, not attempting to supplement her testimony. And third, I would just point out that to the extent that there's a concern regarding his ability to cross, I have no objection to Mr. Cooper or any other party, for that matter, recrossing Ms. Boland following my cross-examination to the extent that I've included information that they did not have an opportunity to cross before.
it's not really the opportunity to cross that's the problem here. It's the opportunity for the company to respond to the testimony that's just now being issued primarily in its own testimony, its own pre-filed testimony, given that it has the burden in this case and on these issues.
I'm attempting to request to understand what Ms. Boland's position is as an accountant on this issue.
Okay. I will overrule that objection and allow you to continue.
Ms. Boland, before all that, did I hand you a? I did not hand. All right, the second thing I handed you should be a complete copy of your testimony filed in case WR 2022-0344. Can you verify if that's accurate?
I believe so, yes.
And then just,
Actually, excuse me, actually, Mr. Kleiser, you said 2022, it's actually 2020, correct?
WR 2020-0344. Yes, sorry if I misspoke previously. Ms. Boland, can you verify for me that the document that was pre-marked or just marked, which is just 3 pages long, faithfully recreates the first and 23rd through 26th pages of your full testimony?
It does.
Ms. Boland, if I were to turn to page 24 of your testimony in that case, clear.
There.
You were posed a question, does staff agree with the OPC witness, Robert E. Schallenberg, that the AFUDC accrual approach currently being used by MOC is inappropriate? Do you see that?
I see that.
Which line are you referring to?
I apologize, Your Honor. I am at lines 5 through 6.
Okay.
And you would agree with me, Ms. Boland, that beginning at line 7, you recite or respond, yes, MOC is using an AFUDC rate that is comparable to its overall rate of return. Staff's position is that the AFUDC rate should be calculated assuming the short-term debt is used as the first source of financing for all construction activities, with any excess of construction work in progress, CWIP, over the short-term debt balance assumed to be financed by MOC's proportionate share of common equity, preferred equity, and long-term debt included in its current capital structure. In this case, it appears that for many years, MOC has not had average CWIP balances that are larger than its average short-term debt balances. Thus, the short-term debt balance should have been used in the manner recommended by staff to allow a customer a proportionate benefit from MAWC's use of this low-cost source of capital. Do you agree with that was your response in that case?
That was my response.
If I were to ask you that same question today concerning MOC's proposal regarding its current attempt to change the AFUDC mechanism, would your answer be the same or substantially similar today?
We would not be in support of it.
To be clear for the record, you would not be in support of the request by the company to change its AFUDC method?
That is correct.
Beginning at line 21, in an answer to a question about whether you recommended the commission accept Mr. Schallenberg's adjustment, you state, no, staff recommends the commission adjust the AFUDC that has been booked to plant during the test year, update, and true-up period in this case. As stated before, MAWC has been calculating AFUDC in its current manner for some time without objection from other parties in the general rate case. In addition, the National Association of Regulatory Utility Commissioners, NARUC, Uniform System of Accounts, USOA, for Class A water utilities does not provide a specific formula or methodology to use in calculating AFUDC. You're then asked a question, does the NARUC does the NARUC USOA for electric utilities provide a formula for calculation of the AFUDC rate? and you respond, yes, and this is what staff recommends MAWC should follow for the test year going forward, the formula uses short-term debt for the CWIP first, then applies the combination of other financing, debt and equity, next to the remaining CWIP balance. The rate is calculated on an annual basis. Did I recite that correctly?
You recited it correctly.
And may I ask again, if you are asked today what staff's recommendation, or no, if you were asked today what your recommendation regarding the handling of AFUDC is, would your recommendation today be the same?
I would use the electric utility formula.
So your recommendation would be to use the electric utility formula.
That is correct.
Do you have a copy of the testimony of Mr. LeGrand in front of you?
Which testimony? Direct or, I have both copies though.
The direct testimony.
Yes.
Can you turn to page 31 for me?
I'm there.
At lines 16 through 20 of Mr. LeGrand's testimony, he is asked a question, what does NARUC's Uniform System of Accounts, USOA, issued in 1973 as revised in 1976, say about AFUDC? And he replies, in Plant Accounting Instruction 3, Prin 17, it states AFUDC includes the net cost for the period of construction of borrowed funds used for construction purposes and a reasonable rate of other funds when so used. Is that accurate?
That is what his testimony says.
Do you disagree that that is the instruction put into the USOA for water utilities?
I have not reviewed that in a while, but I'm assuming that is correct.
As that is written, would you agree with me that it indicates that AFUDC should be using borrowed funds for construction first before applying a reasonable rate for other funds?
It reads that the net cost for the period of construction of borrowed funds used for construction purposes and a reasonable rate on other funds when they use the other, I'm assuming that's when they're needed to use the other funds.
Would you agree with me that it's fairly accurate to rephrase that as saying that the borrowed funds, i.e. debt financing, should be used for construction before applying a reasonable rate of other funds if used?
I would assume that the borrowed funds would be used first.
You testified a moment ago concerning your opinion on what AFUDC method should be applied, and you referred to the electric USOA. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Your Honor, request to mark an exhibit 321 and approach.
Granted.
Now, given that it was your recommendation to the commission that the AFUDC methodology employed for electric utilities should be applied, in this case for Missouri American Water, is it safe for me to assume, therefore, that you are familiar with the USOA for electric utilities?
I am familiar with it. I'm not sure what version this is.
That's quite okay. If you would turn to it's labeled page 24 of 248 in the handout. Would you agree with me that at the top of the page in parentheses 17, there is allowance for funds used during construction?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that under sub A, there is a formula listed and the elements for the computation of the allowance for funds used during construction?
Yes, there is.
Now, I assume subject to check Your previous testimony was that you would recommend that the commission use the formula for AFUDC as set forth in the electric utility. Again, subject to check, would you agree that this is the formula for AFUDC calculations for electric utilities?
Subject to check, I would agree with this.
All right, I'm going to now switch topics on you. For a rate case, we generally break it down into a test year period, a true-up period, and a true-up period, correct?
Test year, sometimes we do an update and then a true-up period.
And the update occurs between the true-up period and the test year period?
Yes, it does. It's actually a period that is known and measurable before we file our direct testimony. Staff does.
In this case, the true-up period, I believe, ended December 31st, 2024. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And the information that we refer to as the true-up information is provided by the company after the end of the true-up period. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in this case, I believe there was previous testimony that indicated it was provided on January 31st, 2025. Is that accurate?
Per the testimony.
So at the time you receive the true-up information, the true-up period has closed, and therefore you would agree that the information in the true-up is known and measurable.
That is correct.
However, the information that would occur after the true-up would be, is planted or expenses that have not yet been incurred, correct?
After the true-up, that they may have been incurred, but the books have not been closed and the data is not available to review.
So you would not be able to audit that information,
That is correct.
and you would have difficulty verifying that information as well, correct?
Yes.
What would happen if the commission allowed, as part of the discrete adjustment, a plant investment that ultimately did not be put into service as originally estimated? Let me rephrase that as a closed question, because I just realized that I did not ask that as a closed question. You would agree with me that if the commission were to authorize rates that included a plant investment that occurred after the true-up period, but which did not ultimately go into service, the utility company would collect costs for a plant that does not exist,
If it did not go into service, that is correct.
which would result in the company earning, you would agree with me, that would result in the company earning a additional profit.
They would earn a return and depreciation expense.
They would earn a return and depreciation expense on plant that didn't exist, though, correct?
That is correct.
Which would effectively just go straight to the company's bottom line, correct?
It would be in the company's financials, yes.
Can we therefore agree that that would constitute profit for the company?
They would earn a return on it, yes. They would have profit.
Let's talk about true-up of certain expense items. Does the company know, let me ask you, sitting where you are right now, I assume that you have an electric bill. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Do you know what your electric bill is going to be for May of 2025?
No, I do not.
You would agree that the company cannot tell you what their electric bill is going to be for May of 2025 as of right now.
That is correct.
You would agree with me that one of the items being trued up includes fuel and purchase power, though, correct?
I believe we are truing that item up.
So you would agree with me that, in essence, the company is having to estimate what it thinks its fuel and purchase power costs are going to be several months down the line, and that there is no way of knowing how accurate that estimation is going to be, correct?
It is an estimation.
And you cannot tell for sure right now whether or not that estimation is going to be accurate.
That is correct.
Now, I could go down the line and go through each expense, but I think that would
bore everyone here to tears. So I guess I'll ask broadly, would you agree with me that most of these expense items that include estimated costs are not known and measurable because you cannot tell what the costs are going to be from where we are right now?
I would say most costs, yes. We cannot tell the exact amount that will be incurred in May.
Now let's talk about plant investments just briefly. If the company puts forward information that suggests that it's going to have increases to its distribution system plant in, say, March, April, or May of 2025, what would you expect to have in order to be able to determine that that information was known and measurable?
We would have to look at the books and records, copies of invoices.
You would need copies of invoices to determine whether or not the plant additions, for example, were actually known and measurable?
Yes, and then we would also need to verify that the plant was actually in service.
And if the company did not provide information that demonstrated or provide those invoices, it did not provide information that shows that the plant was in service, you would characterize that plant as not known and measurable.
That is correct.
Really briefly, I want to touch on the WSIRA interplay with discrete adjustments. And for the record, WSIRA, W-S-I-R-A, Water and Sewer Infrastructure Replacement Act, I believe, maybe adjustment. If the commission orders discrete adjustments, when would the company be able to start accruing plant for inclusion in the WSIRA?
It would have to be at the date that, in this case, it would be May 31st, 2025, if the commission accepted Missouri American's discrete adjustment proposal. So
Right.
they would start June 1st. That plant would then be eligible for WSIRA.
Okay. Inclusion of plant before that point would potentially result in double dipping for the company. You would agree with that?
I would agree.
You had mentioned earlier, and I wanted to touch on this specifically, the matter of prudence. When would, you would agree with me that there would not be an opportunity for staff to examine the prudence of investments made during the true-up period as part of this case if they were made past the point where testimony could be offered?
That is true.
You would agree with me that staff's ability to examine the prudence of the investments being put forward in general will be hampered due to the time constraints of the proposed discrete adjustment period?
That is correct.
Have you examined any information provided by the company in part of the true-up concerning the discrete adjustments?
I personally have not.
Fair enough. Oh, right. Switching gears on you again really quick. You would agree with me that construction accounting that has been granted in prior cases was granted on a per construction item basis and not on a overarching basis?
For the times that I can recall, it was for a large investment like a electric generating plant.
So, to clarify, the times that construction accounting has been issued, it has been done only with regard to a single large investment. Is that accurate?
That is my recollection, yes.
The commission has never authorized construction accounting for all investments across the board.
Not to my knowledge.
There's been some discussion here today regarding regulatory lag. I'm going to hopefully keep this last bit brief. When the commission sets rates for a utility, you would agree with me that they set rates by multiplying their net rate base by the rate of return, plus additions for taxes, correct?
Yes.
That net rate base is as of a set point in time during the rate case, correct?
That is correct.
You would agree with me that net rate base is equal to net plant and service less depreciation reserve, correct?
Net rate base also has some other items included in it, but yes, the major component is plant and accumulated depreciation.
You would agree with me that a company continues to accumulate depreciation on an ongoing basis after rates are set, correct?
Yes, they do.
The accumulation of depreciation on an ongoing basis does not get reflected in a company's established rates in the period in between rate cases, correct?
That is correct.
If the commission did acknowledge the continued accumulation of depreciation reserve in between rate cases, it would result in downward pressure on the company's rates, assuming no additional additions, correct?
Assuming no additional additions, yes, it would decrease the rate base.
But again, to verify, the commission does not recognize that decrease currently.
We recognize it as of the cutoff date in the rate case, what it is at the rate case. There's no updating of monthly rates.
Would you agree with me that that updating of monthly depreciation rates would constitute what we could call a regulatory lag?
It is something that is changing, that has changed since the rates were established. So technically, yes, regulatory lag.
And you would agree with me that that type of regulatory lag, because it would decrease the company's rates or would have a downward pressure on company rates, would benefit ratepayers, correct?
If we change the rates, yes.
If the rates were changed. Do ratepayers receive any recognition of that regulatory lag in between rate cases?
No, they do not.
So to the extent that the company wants to eliminate regulatory lag, is it safe to say the company is only seeking to eliminate the regulatory lag that benefits, or rather that harms the company, but does not seek to eliminate the regulatory lag that benefits the company?
They are seeking to include additional cost and investments. They are not proposing to look at accumulated depreciation going forward.
Is it safe to say that if the commission was attempting to eliminate regulatory lag, they should eliminate regulatory lag on both ends of the spectrum?
I don't know how you would do that.
But you would agree with me that there will be regulatory lag that benefits the utility from the point rates are set, in as far as there will not be a continued update to depreciation reserve between rate cases reflected in rates.
That is correct.
Anything else? I have no further cross-examination. I will move for the admission of 320 and 321.
Mr. Cooper?
Yeah, I would renew my objection to admission of both of those on the basis of the improper supplementation of the record. I note that the proposal as to AFUDC was contained in Mr. LeGrand's direct testimony. All parties had the opportunity to respond to that in their direct/rebuttal testimony that was filed. None chose to do so. Had they, we would have been able to respond to that as a part of the case. And so that's my objection.
I'll note your objection and overrule your objection. And exhibits 320 and 321 are admitted. Mr. Opitz, do you have cross-examination?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Harden? Okay. Are there questions from the commissioners?
Judge, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Mitchell.
I just wanted to make sure I understood Ms. Boland's point on one thing. If I think I understood, and I'll paraphrase a little bit, that if there were plant additions that came into service after the true-up date, but before the operation of law date, you would necessarily be opposed to an adjustment for those, provided that all of the data was available for a proper audit and verification of those costs before the operation of law date.
We would have to make sure that everything was available to review. It was known and measurable. The companies usually take 10 to 20 days to close their books. It would be a challenge for them to close their books, get the data ready, and then have us be able to verify everything. It would be a challenge. I'm not sure that we could do it, especially for any plant that is much past the test year, the trip date.
Thank you. And are we aware of any, large capital projects that would potentially fall into that time period?
I am not aware of anything that is, any large individual project that is coming online in that time period.
And when we're talking about these investments, do you know if they include acquisitions, or we're just talking about capital projects?
I am not sure on that.
Okay. Thank you. That helps me. Thank you for your testimony. It was very helpful.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Bowen, I have a few questions. And you first mentioned in response to one of Mr. Cooper's questions that you didn't have the procedural schedule in front of you. So I'm going to lay out a few of the dates in that procedural schedule. True Up Direct is due March 14th. Last day to request True Up Discovery, March 27th. Initial briefs, March 31st. True Up Hearing, April 4th. And then reply briefs and True Up briefs are due on April 14th. So considering those dates, can you estimate the latest date, and you talked about, you just mentioned 10 to 12 days that you would expect for the company to close their books, but what would be your latest date that staff could receive that information from Missouri American for plan additions and still have time to accept or reject those amounts for inclusion in the rate base?
And it was 10 to actually 20 days to close the books.
What did I say?
12, that's all right. I just
12?
want to make sure.
I am getting, as was in evidence yesterday, I am getting old, so.
Well, if by the time they would close the books, that would be mid-February for any January additions, that would not give staff much time. So really the true-up is about the latest we could go in this situation.
And when you say the true-up, you mean the?
12/31/2024.
Oh,
If
I see
we
what you're saying.
went out much farther, you're cutting into a lot of time to evaluate the data.
Okay. I'm going to refer to your direct rebuttal testimony, pages 14 and 15.
I'm there.
In that testimony, you refer to Mr. LeGrand's direct testimony, page 21, table BLW-1, where he compares for years 2014 through 2023 the alleged Missouri American net income and return on equity. Would net income be the result of actual revenues less actual expenses?
That would be the case, yes.
Okay. Is there any way of knowing the impact that the actual revenues or actual expenses independently had on the resulting net income in the years provided?
From looking at his data on his table, like you're wanting to know what the revenues in particular, or?
Yes.
I could not tell you from what's in his testimony.
Okay.
And the data he puts in the testimony is actuals. It's not what we may use for rate-making purposes. There may be costs that we would not allow in those expenses.
Okay. Yesterday afternoon, there was a point where staff counsel indicated that the difference in revenue requirement amounts between Missouri American and staff on a number of issues were entirely based on discrete adjustments made by Missouri American out to May 31st, 2025. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Can you identify the specific issues staff counsel addressed?
I maybe can do a few, but not all. Now I can't give you each individual one.
Okay.
But there are several issues that our only differences is the date differences.
Gotcha. Mr. LeGrand earlier testified about what I believe we all agreed was what we can refer to as Schedule BLW-1 that was included with his supplemental direct testimony filed in September. The true-up column, the true-up 12/31/24 column, is it staff's position today that those amounts are what staff supports as the actual 12/31/24 amounts for the issues where the difference in amounts between Missouri American and staff is based entirely on the discrete adjustment projected out to May 31st?
No, we have not completely completed our true-up, but those numbers that were included in his schedule were estimates out to 12/31/2024. I would be surprised if they are the exact numbers that are in our true-up.
Okay. And I'm going to, since you're here, I'm going to ask you this question, even though one of the last issue today is bad debt expense, and there's a staff witness scheduled to testify on that issue. But if you can answer, will staff true up its 3-year average bad debt analysis for 12/31/24 so that the average is based on calendar years 2022, 2023, 2024?
I believe that is one item that we are updating using 3 years calendar 2024. I'm not exactly for sure on that, but it is an item that we have listed as an item that we will true up.
Okay, I appreciate that. All right. Those are the only questions I have. Any recross by the company?
Yes, Your Honor. Let's start with that last piece. Well, not the very last piece. You were talking about BLW-1 from Mr. LeGrand's supplemental direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
And ask about whether those were going to essentially match the staff's true-up numbers, correct?
Correct.
Would you also agree they're not likely to match the company's true-up numbers either, correct?
That is, yeah, that is correct.
The company also is truing up as of that date, correct?
Yes.
In response to Commissioner Mitchell's questions, you were talking again about timing and closing dates. When you talk 15 to 20 days to close the books, what dates are you talking about? I first thought you were answering that the end of January books would be closed mid-February.
That
is
is
that
correct.
accurate?
Yes, sometime around mid-February.
Okay. And so at least as of mid-February, then you would have the opportunity to review what had happened in the month of January, correct?
We would have the opportunity, but it would take some time to review it. That is if the company could get it to us in that time period.
And, you know, it kind of continues some things we talked about. It sounds like your objection to the discrete adjustments is not so much that you think they shouldn't be included in the company's rates that become effective at the end of May of the year. It seems rooted in just the practicality or the logistics of looking at those along the way. Is that correct?
We still want to try to keep the matching principle as closely as possible. Too far out from 12/31/2024 is going to skew the matching principle. And the problem is also going to be we will not have time to review the data and audit it properly.
But the matching principle too, that is one of the things, you know, there was testimony discussion about the long list of items that the company had proposed to include in discrete adjustments, correct?
Yes.
But by providing a longer list of discrete adjustments, by providing both the opportunity for financing, for customer numbers, for a variety of things to be included, doesn't that go towards helping ensure that the matching principle is still being honored?
Well, I wouldn't consider what the companies list as discrete adjustments. I mean, it's a long list. I've said in my testimony, it's more like another future test year out to May 31st, 2025. To me, discrete adjustments would be a little more limited.
Yeah, but in terms of your objection about the matching principle, it does serve that, doesn't it?
I don't know that it does because I'm not sure your estimates would have been, would skew the matching principle or not.
Now, there was, going back to sort of the logistics of addressing plant that goes into service between December 31st of 2024 and the end of or the operational law date, there was some testimony about, you know, what if we get it wrong, right? I mean, that's part of the concern, I think, that you expressed earlier. Would you agree that Mr. LeGrand's testimony recommended a reconciliation associated with that if the discrete adjustments were approved?
I don't remember on what page he proposed that, and I don't remember the exact reconciliation he proposed at the time.
Well, let's go get at it a different direction. In your testimony, your direct/rebuttal testimony on page 13,
I'm there.
you say if the commission would determine it is appropriate to include discrete plant additions, staff recommends that any depreciation expense or return on plant that's not in place by May 31st be refunded to customers either as a bill credit or through a deferral in the next rate case, correct?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And if I look at Mr. LeGrand's testimony, and I think you had that with you as well, right?
I do.
His direct testimony,
Yes.
page 18, and line 5, he confronts the situation that perhaps the company's estimates could provide more capital that is in service, and then in line 7, suggests a reconciliation, correct?
What page was that again?
18
Of his direct?
in his direct.
He said the reconciliation would work exactly the same way as the one described in his testimony earlier. Could you ask your question again?
It's true, isn't it, that Mr. LeGrand suggested a reconciliation?
He did suggest a reconciliation.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have this time.
Mr. Kleiser.
With regard to questioning regarding the length of time to close the books, that assumes, like you said earlier, that the company would provide the information in a timely manner, correct?
That is true.
You would agree with me that the staff has already had delays in receiving certain true-up information from the company in the case at present, correct?
I'm aware of some delays, but yes.
With regard to the question that was posed to you by the bench in the table that had the earned ROEs, do you recall that line of questioning?
Yes.
And the question was effectively posed, I think, can you break out the difference between the revenues and the expenses that make up the net income line? Do you recall that question effectively?
Yes.
And while we all know that it would be difficult to do with the data right there, you would agree with me that there are other witnesses in the case who have provided information on revenues, correct?
Yes, there are other witnesses.
Okay, so theoretically, it might be possible if other witnesses provided the revenue data for those years to determine the net expense by subtraction.
I'm not sure that our witnesses have gone back to 2014 in this case. Maybe somebody from Missouri American can provide that, but
All right. Just to completely verify for the sake of the record, to make the mathematical determination for the net income, you would take net revenues and subtract net expenses.
that's correct.
So to determine net expenses, therefore, you would start with net income and subtract the net revenues.
Repeat your question again?
Sorry, and I might have just screwed up the math there, but I'm just going to make sure that I have it in the record. If one wanted to calculate the net expenses for each year and one knew the net revenues, you could start with the net total income and subtract the net revenues to yield the net expenses.
Yes.
All right. And one last thing, with regard to the discussion on a potential mechanism, true-up, reconciliation, I think is the word. On page, do you have Mr. LeGrand's rebuttal testimony in front of you?
Yes, I do.
On page 12, he responds directly to your suggestion regarding a reconciliation. Do you see that?
Yes.
Specifically at lines 8 through 10, he effectively agrees that the company could agree to what you had proposed, assuming that the refund would need to be worked out. The specific mechanisms, would need to be worked out.
Yes, that's what he says.
Now, given that we're in hearing, I don't know how we will work out the specific mechanisms, but do you explain what those specific mechanisms that you would advise the commission of in your testimony?
We could do several different ways. We could do a deferral of the differences. We could try to do a bill credit. There's several different.
You would agree with me that if a deferral was done, it should include compensation for the carrying costs associated?
Yes.
In other words, any deferral would require the inclusion of a weighted average cost of capital.
It would need to require some type of carrying cost.
Fair enough. Do you recall being asked a question by Commissioner Mitchell regarding acquisition deferrals?
Yes, I do.
You have Mr. LeGrand's direct testimony in front of you.
Yes.
Can you turn to page 24 for me?
I'm there.
Lines 19 through 24.
I have through 22 in my version. Page 24.
'19 through 22, yes, sorry. You would agree with me that the requested regulatory treatment would apply to all capital investments
including regular planned and unplanned capital needs for existing facilities, acquisitions of other water and sewer utilities, including post-acquisition capital of new capital spending requirements related to environmental compliance, continuing on to the top of the next page.
That is what the testimony says.
All right. Thank you very much. I have no further questions.
Is there any recross by the other parties? All right, they're indicating no. Any redirect?
Yes, thank you. Ms. Bolin, I believe it's been established that the issue with discrete adjustments is not just whether they are known and measurable, but whether or not staff has time to sufficiently audit and verify those adjustments. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the closer to the operation of law date that an adjustment occurs, do you believe that that would make it harder for staff to audit or verify information provided by the company?
The closer, yes, if something happened in May, for example, that would be virtually impossible for the staff to review, audit, and to also verify it in time for the commission to put it in order.
So you've gone to my next question. It would logically follow that if staff doesn't have time to audit and verify, it would also be difficult for the commission to do so?
Yes.
At this point in the case, will staff have time to audit or verify any plant that goes into service between the end of true-up and the operation of law date?
And to have it reviewed by what time? I really think it would be very difficult because we got the true-up information January 31st, and we're still reviewing it and still writing our true-up direct testimony, and that's a month. It's more than a month since that happened.
Are you aware of any other Missouri utility that has proposed as many discrete or isolated adjustments in a single case as Missouri American has in this case?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you
no.
aware of any that have even come close?
No.
All right. No further questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Bowen. All right, it is my inclination to break for lunch at this time, and if I'm reading the hearing schedule correctly, it would be Mr. Robinette up next. All right, so let's reconvene at 1:05. Going off the record. Let's go back on the record. All right. Mr. Robinette, on behalf of the public counsel, is already on the witness stand with his right hand raised. Mr. Robinette, do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Kleiser.
Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Sure, my name is John A. Robinette, John, and Robinette is Robinett.
And did you prepare or cause to be prepared rebuttal testimony that has been pre-marked as OPC Exhibit 312 and cross-rebuttal testimony that has been pre-marked as OPC Exhibit 313? Sorry.
Yes,
Do you have any corrections to make to that testimony?
I have one correction. It's on page 5 of my direct rebuttal testimony. At line 20, I misspelled discrete twice in there, and it should be discrete.
The correction is just to the spelling, not to the substance.
Right.
Barring that correction, do you have no other corrections, correct?
No other corrections.
Right, and barring that correction, if I were to ask you the same questions that posed in your testimony today, would your answers be the same or substantially similar?
Yes, they would.
And are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
I would move for the admission of OPC's Exhibit 312, the direct rebuttal testimony of John A. Robinette, and 313, the cross-rebuttal testimony of John A. Robinette.
All right. Is there any objection to the admission of exhibits 312 and 313? Hearing none. 312 and 313 are admitted into evidence.
As a very, very quick procedural matter, Judge, I know that we've had different kind of things regarding corrections. I'm endeavoring to get you a correction regarding Mr. Murray. Is it safe to say that given the simplicity of that correction, I don't need to file an update?
Correct.
Thank you. In that case, I tender the witness.
All right. Does staff have any cross-examination?
No questions.
Okay. Mr. Cooper?
No questions.
All right. Are there any questions from the commissioners? All right. Mr. Robinette, I have a single question. Let me see if I can find where this is. In Mr. LeGrand's rebuttal testimony, on page 30, he's asked a question, and it begins, Mr. Robinette notes that the company is requesting that the proposed deferrals be amortized over a reasonable period, and that phrase is in quotation marks, over a reasonable period, but does not define what period it would find reasonable. What period would the company find reasonable? And his answer is, I think it would be reasonable to amortize the deferrals over 25 years. First of all, do you agree with that statement? Do you find, is 25 years reasonable in your opinion?
I think it could be. I just haven't looked at it enough to look at what the average depreciation rates are for the entirety of the company.
Okay. Let me ask you this, though. Would the life of the plant used to calculate the depreciation rates be a better period to amortize, can't say that word today, over the recovery period, or the recovery period?
So if you had a very specific one, I would say yes, but this was looking at everything, so I would probably be looking at the average depreciation rate for the entirety of the company.
Okay.
And I'm guessing it's probably close to what that number is.
Okay. Do you mean the 25 years?
Yes.
Okay. All right. That was my only question. Any recross? Any redirect?
Very briefly, with regard to the question posed, that you said in response, 25 years would be, you're looking at everything. Do you kind of recall that?
Yes.
Just to clarify that for the record, is it correct that it's because the proposal is to aggregate all of the return of and on being deferred into a single sort of lump sum and aggregate it, amortize it? I can't say it either.
Yes, it would be an aggregation of all the potential plant that the depreciation from those and the return on.
So that's why you couldn't normally put it for each individual plant's remaining life unless you chose to break it out that way.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I wanted to clarify that. No further redirect.
All right, thank you, Mr. Robinette. And it's my understanding that Dr. Mark is retaking the stand at this time. And Mr. Kleiser, you can go ahead.
Dr. Mark's testimony has already been offered and admitted, and I assume he is still under oath, so I will tender the witness.
Does staff have any cross-examination?
No, thank you.
Mr. Cooper?
No, thank you.
Questions from the commissioners?
Yes, Judge.
Go ahead, Chair Hahn.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Dr. Mark. I was hoping that you could explain from your perspective the overview of how you think the capital markets view our regulatory environment in Missouri. It's my understanding it may differ a little bit from the companies.
Well, it's a great question. I generally positive, and I think it's been on the upturn of late, quite frankly. And that's as a whole, Missouri as a whole. Individual utilities are going to vary, based off their circumstances, but in general, I above average is how I would characterize it today.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
All right. Is there any recross? All right. Redirect?
Very briefly, with regard to the one question you were posed by Chair Hahn, Dr. Mark, is there anything you're aware of regarding how the company views the regulatory market in Missouri?
Based off of their investment patterns and what they've, projected to their investors themselves, very positive. And that should be further enforced, potentially pending legislation that moves forward.
Nothing further. Thank you.
All right. You may step down. Thank you.
Your Honor, as I discussed before going on the record, I'd like to have Dr. Mark excused since he has another engagement.
Yes, unless there's some objection that you're excused.
And before we move on to the next issue, both the company and staff have discussed that for both insurance other than group and bad debt expense and uncollectibles, these are issues that we both agree the only real issue at hand is related to discrete adjustments. So if the commission has no questions, we would be okay with removing those from the schedule.
Insurance and bad debt? Okay. So we will not call witnesses today on those issues.
Correct.
But will those witnesses' testimony
I believe both witnesses have already had their testimony admitted.
Okay.
I have a witness on, Ms. Grisham has not yet, but she's going to be on a couple
Okay.
other issues before we get there anyway, so she will have by the time we would have gotten to bad.
Sounds good.
And then just one other thing, since that makes our next issue rate-based plant and service. Mr. Kleiser and I have noted a couple witnesses that no longer have live issues under that heading.
All right.
So we just want to remove Angela Niemeyer and John Riley, correct?
Yeah. John Riley's issue was under the cash working capital component that was removed from the remainder of that issue.
Okay. Then that brings us, correct, to plant and service. And,
Well, while we're having this conversation, let's finish it. I think plant and service was one of those issues that Casey had suggested. You still do? Okay, all right. You told me different yesterday, but I understand. No, you didn't tell me for.
all right. But the parties would like to present many opening statements, I assume? Yes. All right. Would the company like to make an opening statement?
I would, although I think staff's in the process of switching out.
Gotcha.
so.
Sure, let's go off the record. We are back on the record, and we are set to begin on the issue of plant and service. The parties have indicated that they would like to present an opening statement on that issue, so on behalf of Missouri American Water, would someone like to make an opening?
I would.
All right.
I've got a little bit of confusion to work out first. You mentioned plant and service. We're doing both that combined set of rate base and plant and service
Gotcha.
issues.
My mistake.
Yeah. As we've mentioned off the record, the rate base issues, I believe, cash working capital, of course, we're dealing with separately. There is a series of B and C are issues that the parties have suggested are dependent upon the decision on discrete adjustments and are essentially waiving cross on those sort of issues. So amongst rate base or in the rate base issues, that leaves the AFUDC issue that we touched upon this morning for a while. And our opening statement on that just is to suggest that, as does Mr. LeGrand's testimony, that AFUDC, that rate should be calculated each month based upon the actual balances during the prior month for short-term debt, long-term debt, preferred stock, and equity. Currently, the balance of construction work in progress first earns AFUDC on the short-term debt rate. For any amount of CWIP that is higher than the short-term debt balance, then CWIP will earn AFUDC at the company's long-term debt rate, and only to the extent the CWIP balance is greater than the total of the company's short and long-term debt balances will CWIP earn the company's full cost of capital. We believe that calculating AFUDC in this fashion does not fully capture the costs the company incurs to finance its business. And that's all I have at this time, Your Honor.
All right. Any questions from the commissioners? All right, hearing none. Ms. Klaus, would you like to present an opening? Mhm.
May it please the Commission. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Judge. My name is Alexandra Klaus. I'm here today on behalf of staff on the issue of rate base and plant and service. This is an important issue with several component parts and mathematical calculations, beginning with taking the value of plant and service and subtracting accumulated depreciation reserve to arrive at net plant and service. From net plant and service, several items will be added, including cash working capital, contributions in aid of construction amortization, materials and supplies, prepayments, prepaid pension asset, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act of 2017, excess accumulated deferred income tax tracker balance, and regulatory deferrals. Several items will also be subtracted from net plant and service, including federal, state, and city tax offsets, the interest expense offset, and contributions in aid of construction, customer advances, accumulated deferred income taxes, OPEB tracker, and pension tracker. The result of this is total rate base. More detailed figures are shown on staff's corrected accounting schedules filed on February 18th. I'll approximate some larger numbers. Staff's total plant and service dollar amount is approximately $4.38 billion. After subtracting staff's accumulated depreciation reserve, the net plant and service dollar amount is approximately $3.74 billion. As stated, the issues list in this case contains 7 topics relating to rate base: cash working capital, contributions in aid of construction and amortization of CAC, materials and supplies, customer advances, prepayments, prepaid pension asset, and allowance for funds used during construction, or AFUDC. As shown from staff's filed position statements, staff does not have a position on prepayments or AFUDC, and you will hear from staff witness Angela Niemeyer next week regarding cash working capital. That leaves us with 4 topics on which I'd like to share staff's position with you. The appropriate amount of CAC and amortization of CAC to include in Missouri American's cost of service is approximately $443 million and $124 million, respectively. The appropriate amount of materials and supplies to include in Missouri American's cost of service is approximately $12.9 million, using a 13-month average ending on June 2024. The appropriate amount of customer advances in the cost of service is approximately $1.9 million, using the account balance as of June 2024 as the annualized amount. Finally, the appropriate amount of prepaid pension asset to include in the cost of service is approximately $26.5 million as of June 2024. Staff witnesses are here and available to answer more specific questions that you may have. Staff witnesses include Angela Niemeyer, Sherry LeMay, Chris Baranda, and Alexis Branson. We appreciate your consideration of staff's positions on these issues, and I'll do my best to try and answer any questions that you may have.
All right. Are there any questions from the commissioners? It appears not. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Opitz, would you like to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Kleiser.
If it would please the commission, there are only two issues under this heading that the OPC is concerned with at this moment. And they're both, well, the first issue concerns a plant in service issue that is a very small component of the larger plant in service cost. And basically what it comes down to is the OPC noticed when the company filed its initial case a $30 million increase to plant and service for vehicles. Now, at the time, we were very confused with why that was the case. And you can see in the testimony of Mr. John Robinette the explanation for that confusion, which is that that amount far exceeds what the company had put into service in the past for vehicles. It seemed to be a substantial increase. Now, of course, the OPC sent data requests to the company asking, for them to explain to us where that massive increase in vehicle costs were coming from. And the answers we got back amounted to little more than we buy things when we need them, without any real explanation for why we were seeing that increase. This puts us in a somewhat awkward position. Traditionally, the burden of proof in cases such as this have always been that the company has to bear its burden, but it gets a presumption of prudence that shifts the burden of production onto other parties. So at this stage, effectively, the OPC has to first establish that $30 million of vehicles with no supporting evidence explaining why that increase is so large compared to past cases is imprudent. We frankly believe that it's imprudent on its face, that it makes no sense to have that much of an increase, again, without explanation as to why. At that stage, it should theoretically turn back to the company to have to prove that it was in fact prudence, which would normally require them to put forward evidence explaining why that amount of money makes sense for vehicles. In its responsive testimony to Mr. Robinette's position, all the company actually laid out was that it's not vehicles, it's light trucks and I think heavy trucks, which, okay, that doesn't actually answer the kind of underlying problem though, which even then you're still seeing a massive increase in vehicle expenditures for plant far above what we would have seen in past years, with still no explanation for why we have such a sudden large increase. Therefore, the OPC's position is that the company cannot prove the prudence of these expenditures and they should be excluded. I invite you to ask Mr. Robinette questions regarding this particular concern, but otherwise it's fairly as simple as that. The only other issue I want to touch on is allowance for funds used during construction, or what is known as AFUDC. I believe that Mr. Cooper admirably explained the current methodology that the company is using with regard to this, so I won't belabor that point. The short version is that allowance for funds used during construction is intended to allow a company to recover construction costs incurred between rate cases. Those construction costs are generally funded through bridge financing, meaning short-term debt. As a result of that, it's traditionally accepted that the short-term debt will be used to fund the AFUDC when it is put into rates until the AFUDC exceeds the short-term debt balance, and then you would move towards the remaining debt and finally to rate base if it exceeds both debt balances. And as was discussed earlier on the stand with Ms. Boland, this is exactly what I believe the Uniform System of Account instructions for water states. Again, it's included in Mr. LeGrand's testimony, and it effectively states that a utility is supposed to use debt balances first and then remaining funds for anything left over. However, if the commission were not to go with that, the commission's second alternative would be to utilize the formula directly contained in the electric USOA, which has been and currently is the stated opinion of staff witness Ms. Boland per the testimony given today. So, in summary, I would argue that the commission should order the company to maintain its existing AFUDC methodology, which is consistent with the USOA requirements for water, or failing that, order the company to apply the USOA instructions that are in place for electric utilities as recommended by Ms. Boland. They should not go to the company's request to utilize the actual balances, because that means they will be funding construction costs with dollars that weren't used to actually fund construction. They'll be treating construction costs that were funded with short-term debt as if it was funded through equity issuances, which is simply not true and violates the matching principle. Those are the two issues on which the OPC has a stake on this particular issue, and so if there are no questions, I am done.
All right. Do the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Kleiser? Okay, thank you. Company may call its first witness, excuse me, call its first witness on this issue.
Your Honor, we'd call Brian LeGrand.
Okay.
Mr. LeGrand appeared earlier today and has been sworn and
Correct.
is tendered for cross-examination.
So go ahead, yes.
Sorry, did I not say tendered for cross-examination?
Oh, you did not,
Okay.
unless, unless like this morning. All right. Ms. Klaus, any cross-examination?
No questions, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Kleiser?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Opitz?
No questions, thank you.
Any questions from the commissioners? All right, hearing none. I do have some questions myself.
Okay.
I don't know if it was Mr. Kleiser. I think someone, though, in the opening statements touched on it a bit, but I'm going to ask you. In general terms, can you explain what CIAC is and why it's deducted from rate base?
CIAC is contributions in native construction, and that is, like an example is maybe a developer builds a subdivision, they put in the water mains, contribute those to the company. They're the company's assets, but the company didn't put forth their own funds to purchase the assets, so we don't earn a return or collect that from the customer.
Can you explain in general terms why CAIC is amortized and if that amortization impacts Missouri American's cost of service?
Well, it is, well, I think I can answer, but I know I'm not really the witness on SIAC. So I probably should defer to our SIAC witness on that one. I apologize.
That's fair. That's fair enough. I believe it was early this morning, when we were talking about your supplemental direct testimony. And I think we kind of agreed that the table at the end of your testimony, pre-filed testimony, we'd refer to as Schedule BLW-1. Is that correct?
Yeah,
BWL.
BWL, yeah, but yes.
Do you have access to that?
Yes, just give me a moment.
On the first page of that table, do you see the line pension asset?
I do.
Okay, that's about halfway down. And in the third column, the dollar figure is $29,455,158.
Yes.
Do you know if the only difference between your number, the company's number, and staff on that amount is because of the date used to recognize that amount?
I believe that is the case, but may I make a point of clarification?
Sure.
That maybe is helpful. So I know the company has several witnesses in this section, and I'm only testifying on the AFUDC issue.
Okay.
So I think we have other witnesses that would be in a better spot to provide more color on some of the other rate-based items.
Okay.
Hopefully that was okay to clarify.
I appreciate that. And I assume that you can't tell me which of those witnesses?
Yeah, I don't even have the list. I think maybe Mr. Cooper can help me out there.
Mr. Lynham and Ms. Grissom are scheduled to testify.
Okay, I think Mr. Lynham is primarily talking about the plant and service projects, and Ms. Grisham is talking about most of the other rate-based items.
Okay. All right. And they would be would they be better witnesses also for questions on accumulated depreciation reserve?
Yes.
Mr. Legrand's really the only subject in his testimony, I think, that relates to these issues other than his calculation of the overall cost of service is the AFUDC issue.
Okay. All right, then I do not have any further questions. Any recross by staff?
No, thank you, Judge.
OPC?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
MECG? Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Legrand.
Thank you.
Mr. Cooper, call your next witness.
We would call Mr. Derek Lynham.
Good afternoon. You have your right hand raised. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony given in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Would you state your name, please?
Derek Lynham,
By whom are you employed and in what capacity?
Missouri American Water Company as a special projects engineer.
Have you caused to be prepared for the purposes of this proceeding certain direct testimony in both public and confidential form and question and answer form?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Since you're understanding that that testimony has been marked as Exhibit 15P and 15C for identification,
Yes.
do you have any changes you would like to make to that testimony at this time?
Other than a title change I had back in September, no changes.
So what's listed in the current testimony?
Deputy Director of Engineering,
Okay, and your current title is?
Special Projects Engineer.
If I were to ask you the questions which are contained in Exhibits 15P and 15C
today, would your answers with the correction of your title be the same?
Yes.
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibit 15 into evidence and tender the witness for cross-examination.
Any objection to the admission of Exhibit 15?
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 15, both public and confidential versions, is admitted. Ms. Klaus, do you have cross-examination?
No questions.
Mr. Kleiser?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Opitz? Thank you, Your Honor. Are there any questions for the witness by the commissioners?
Judge, I do have a question, but I'm not sure if this is the right witness. It could have been Mr. LeGrand. Someone to speak to the vehicle dollar amount that's been requested to be recovered. Is this the correct witness, or should I have gone to Mr. LeGrand?
Chair, Chair, it's not, I don't think it's going to be Mr. LeGrand either. I think it's going to be Ms. Grisham, who's next on the list for us.
Perfect, thank you.
All right. I have it on good authority, Mr. Lynham, that maybe you are the person I need to ask questions that I just asked Mr. LeGrand. Is that?
Not if it's related to depreciation.
You can't blame me for trying, right? All right. Then I don't have any questions, I believe. Is there, well, there was no cross-examination, correct? All right. Then you're free to go. All right, Ms. Cooper.
Your Honor, we would call Miss Jennifer Grisham.
Good afternoon. Would you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Be seated. Would you state your name?
Yes, it's Jennifer Grisham.
And by whom are you employed and in what capacity?
I am a senior manager of regulatory services with American Water Service Company.
Have you caused to be prepared for the purposes of this proceeding certain direct testimony and rebuttal, rebuttal testimony in question and answer form?
Yes.
Is it your understanding that that testimony has been marked as Exhibits 10 and 11 for identification?
Yes.
Do you have any changes you'd like to make to that testimony at this time?
I do have one to my rebuttal testimony. Page 11, line 5. We're talking about the number of years for the depreciation rate for our meters. It says 30 years. It should be approximately 42.
And is that the only change you have?
Yes.
If I were to ask you the questions which are contained in Exhibits 10 and 11 today, would your answers as now amended be the same?
Yes,
Are those answers true and correct to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
they are.
Your Honor, I would offer Exhibits 10 and 11 into evidence and tender Ms. Grisham for cross-examination.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right. Exhibits 10 and 11 are admitted. Ms. Klaus, do you have any questions?
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
Mr. Kleiser?
She is.
No questions at this time, thank you.
Mr. Opitz?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are there questions from the commissioners?
Yes, Judge.
Chair Hahn?
Ms. Grisham, I You might have heard my inquiry. Can you please speak to the vehicle issue that was described in Mr. Kleiser's opening statements?
I will do so. As I believe Mr. Kleiser mentioned, there was some concern from OPC regarding, I think it's about approximately $30 million in additions from January 2024 through May 2025 for vehicles. So I know that Mr. Robinette in his direct testimony expressed some concern about, I think all of the dollars were in a light-duty vehicle category. They should have been spread out in our initial SCEP that we provided, and we did do so in subsequent testimony. So the bottom line dollar did not change, but we did accurately allocate those dollars to cars, light-duty vehicles, heavy-duty vehicles, and other vehicles. As far as the increase, I do believe that the company did address why or what was the driving force behind the increase in spending on vehicles in a data request, OPC 8552, which describes that. It was not sponsored by me, but it does go into depth some of the reasoning behind the increase in vehicles over the last 10 years.
Would you mind just high level providing a summary of that response? Because from Mr. Kleiser's opening statements, it was not satisfactory to OPC as to the justification for the increase. So if you could just try to explain to me the company's rationale for the increase, that would be helpful.
Okay. Again, just to clarify, it wasn't sponsored by me. I'm reading from the DR itself. So it says, in summary, in 2018, to help reduce the number of injuries and utility strikes, the company started purchasing and utilizing more hydro excavation trucks. These trucks are significantly more expensive than a standard heavy-duty truck in comparison to a dump truck or crew truck. We also say that the company shifted to using more mini excavators rather than backhoes because this equipment is less intrusive and more mobile on a job site. We also say to improve employee safety, around 2018, heavy trucks started to be upfit with additional safety features, such as 360 cameras and additional lighting. We say that the heavy truck market continues to see stricter emissions requirements, which also drive up costs. And then there is a discussion about the consumer price index since 2021 that has led to an increase in costs.
Did that data request have any calculations for previous number of vehicles bought versus number of vehicles bought in this period? Just to kind of, and at what price points, so we can see the comparison. Is it more vehicles or is it same number and just the cost? Because the types of vehicles you're buying were more expensive. I'm still trying to understand, is it more vehicles? Is it a combination of more expensive? Just.
Yeah, I see what you're asking, and I'm trying to see if there are any other discovery questions that would lay that out more clearly. Looking at some others, OPC 8556 shows over the last 5 years the number of trucks that were purchased annually. Estimate of the number of trucks. Specifically what you're asking for, I don't know right now if we have that readily available. And when I say readily available, I mean at this very moment.
Understood. Thank you.
Chair, would you like to request that we file those DR responses in the case or offer those as an exhibit in the case?
I think that would be helpful for this particular issue.
All right. Are there any other questions from the commissioners?
Not sure.
All right. I do have questions, Ms. Grisham.
Yes.
And some of these will be ones that you may have already heard from the back of the room.
Okay.
So I'm referring to Mr. LeGrand's supplemental direct testimony. Do you have that handy?
I do not.
do
In
not?
front of me, I do not.
Your Honor, would you like me to?
Sure. I would like to think, though, with today's technology, that it could also be pulled up on the computer, but that's your method seems quicker.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
Okay. At the end of his testimony, there's a table, overall revenue requirement. And so on that first page of the table, roughly halfway down, there is a pension asset item. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Under the ad?
Yes.
Yes.
And in the third column, the pro forma 53125 column, the dollar amount's $29,455,158. Do you know if the only difference between the company's figure and staff on that amount is because of the date used to recognize that amount?
I'll say I believe so.
You believe so? Okay. You can't think of any other reason, though?
Not right now, no.
Okay. On the second line of that same page, it lists accumulated provision for depreciation. And it carries a credit balance, correct?
Correct.
Is that deducted from plant in service to get net plant in service or net book value?
Net plant and service.
Net plant in service. Okay. As far as the general ledger entry to record depreciation expense, would the entry debit depreciation expense and credit accumulated depreciation expense?
A debit to, yes, that's what should be happening.
Okay. And a credit to accumulated
Correct.
depreciation reserve?
Correct.
Okay. Over time, the accumulated depreciation reserve increases each year by the depreciation expense, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
I've never taught
Okay.
accounting. The USOA instructions, if you know, for retirement of plant and service is to credit the plant account for the original cost and debit the accumulated depreciation reserve for the same amount. Is that a fair statement?
Subject to check, yes.
Okay. Do you know if the USOA guidelines have any further instructions for retirement of plant and service?
And I would have to check on that.
Okay.
Unfortunately, can't answer that
Fair
right now.
enough. Does the accumulated depreciation reserve meter plant account negative balance create an increase in the net plant in service and rate base?
Does it increase our rate base? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
The fact that it's negative?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. Throughout your direct testimony, you referred to CAS schedules. Are those schedules included in Mr. LeGrand's direct testimony as Schedule BWL-3.
I hate to say subject to check, yes. The cost accounting schedules.
Mr. Cooper, I don't suppose that's a schedule that you have a paper copy of handy?
I can have. We'll see if I copied all those schedules. I did not. I don't think Ms. Niemeyer did either, but
Maybe we
Mr. LeGrand, as you might expect,
Perfect.
did have all those schedules.
Great, thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, I have them.
All right. So my question was, are the CAS schedules that you referred to in your direct testimony, are they the same as Schedule B WL-3?
I'm looking. Yes, this feeds into BWL-3, the schedules that we prepare.
Okay, could you repeat that answer?
The schedules that are prepared, that I say prepared by me or under my direction, feed into this BWL-3.
Okay. And I have a question where I would refer you to your rebuttal, Sir rebuttal testimony. On page 7.
Page 7. Okay.
Roughly line 16. You provide a calculation of CIAC from June 30th, 22 through June 30th, 24, with an ending net balance of $318.6 million.
Correct.
Will that amount be updated to 12/31/2024 in true-up testimony?
And it was.
Okay, it was.
Yes.
Okay. All right, I have no further questions. Ms. Klaus, do you have any recross?
No questions, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Opitz, do you have any recross? Mr. Kleiser?
Yes, I do. And I'll be moving to introduce a couple of exhibits. I apologize in advance. It wasn't my intention to hold these in reserve. I just got confused and thought they were related to the depreciation issue. Also, since the commission asked for the exhibits 8552 and I believe it was 8556, I was going to introduce those as well, but accidentally only got one copy of each. I can have additional copies made, or you can tell me how you want to proceed with that. But before I get to that, can I have an exhibit marked? Should be OPC Exhibit 2322, I believe.
322.
Thank you.
Ms. Grisham, have you had a chance to review what's been marked now as OPC Exhibit 322?
This is what you just gave me?
Yes, what was
Yes,
just handed to you.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that this is the company's response to OPC Data Request 8514, which you identify yourself as a responsible witness on the second page?
Correct.
You would agree with me that the data request asked for, data request 8500 showed mock plans to add approximately 30.5 million in cars to transportation equipment in the period between January 2024 and May 2025. Please explain what these vehicles will be utilized for and identify where support for these additions can be found in the company's filed case.
Okay.
And you would agree with me that under the information provided, if I drop down to the first paragraph under the table, support for these additions can be found in the company witness Derek Leon's direct testimony, page 11, line 8. Then a quotation mark, the purchase of tools, furniture, equipment, and vehicles is based on required needs.
Okay.
Additional quotation mark, correct?
It says that, yes.
There is additional language after that, but I honestly don't want to try and read it all into the record. Obviously, it will become part of the record when I admit it. I guess if you feel it's important, you can be redirected on it, but at this stage, I would move to omit OPC Exhibit 3222.
All right, Exhibit 322 is OPC Data Request 8514. Is there any objection?
None from the company, Your Honor.
None from staff.
All right. Then OPC Exhibit 322 is admitted.
I'll move to mark another exhibit, OPC 323.
Thank you.
Ms. Grisham, have you had an opportunity to respond what's been now marked as OPC Exhibit 323?
You said to respond?
No, to examine, sorry.
Yes.
You would agree with me that this is a copy of the company's response to OPC Exhibit 8, to OPC Data Request 8513, correct? For which you are the sponsoring witness,
Yes.
correct? And this data request at a high level, I don't want to get into the detail, concerns information related to the plant reserve dollars associated with the vehicles, correct?
Correct.
All right. I'm just going to move for the admission of OPC Exhibit 323.
All right. Is there any objection?
No objection from staff?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. Exhibit 323 is admitted.
Now, this is where things get interesting. I have, like I said, only one copy, unfortunately, of the next two. I can go through the process of laying the foundation if the other parties are okay with me not providing one at this time. I have a sneaking suspicion that company isn't going to object to the admission of 8552 or 8556, and I can let staff peruse them very quickly if you want, and I will get additional copies before the day is out. Or if we want, we can take a different method.
Let's go off the record temporarily. We'll give them a chance to look at them. If we need to have copies of those made, we can do that while we're off the record. So, going off the record. We are back on the record.
All right, I'm going to try and do this quickly then. I'll move to mark OPC, I will move to mark OPC data request 8552 as OPC exhibit 324. And while I'm at it, I will just go ahead and move to mark OPC data request company response 8556 as OPC exhibit 826.
Yeah. You mean
Three,
325?
Yeah.
I think you said 826.
Yeah, probably. 325. Let me correct that. OPC data request 8556 would be marked as OPC exhibit 325. Is that accurate?
I think we're on the same page.
Okay. And I'm just going to speed run the foundation laying here because I don't think that's going to be a problem. These are the two data.
in fact, if you want to offer them, we would not object, as you suspected earlier.
Staff, are you contemplating it?
No objection from staff.
All right. I'll offer them.
Okay, so Exhibit 324 and 325 have been offered, and there are no objections. 324 and 325 are admitted.
I know that was labor intensive. I apologize. I have no further questions.
Mr. Cooper, do you have redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Grisham, thank you for your testimony. And Mr. Kleiser, I'll ask you this, since they're your exhibits, but these are the data, are these the data requests that Chair Hahn was referring to?
That was my understanding.
Okay.
I believe it is, Your Honor. They were the two that were called out during that question.
Okay.
Or two of them were the two that were called out.
All right, then it's my understanding that we are ready for staff witnesses on this topic, or this issue. So call your first witness.
Yes, Judge, thank you. Staff calls Alexis Branson.
All right, Ms. Branson was previously placed under oath, so Ms. Klaus, go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. And I believe we will be seeking to file some corrected testimony for Ms. Branson on the topic of depreciation. So happy to address it now if you would like some live testimony on that. Can take it up in depreciation as well. Otherwise, would tender Ms. Branson for cross-examination.
All right. Let's take that up in depreciation. So, any cross on behalf of the company?
No, Your Honor.
Public counsel?
No, Your Honor.
MECG? All right. Are there questions from the commissioners? Hearing none. Let me check my notes. All right, I do not have any questions. So, you're free to go.
Thank you.
Ms. Klaus, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. Staff calls Sherry LeMay.
Ms. LeMay, you may have a seat. You were placed under oath yesterday, I believe, so.
Yes.
And we now have Ms. Hanson. You can go ahead, Ms. Hanson.
Right, and I believe that, Ms. LeMay, your testimony, the applicable testimony has already been submitted as exhibits. I think it was numbers 219 and 207. So with that, I can tender her for cross.
There is hesitation on my part simply because I don't have that checked as being admitted, offered or admitted. It's very possible that it was, and I neglected to mark that on my sheet. So I will ask the other parties if there's any objections, in case I did not admit that already, any objections to the admission of Exhibit 207 or 219.
No, and I do have it checked on my list for what it's worth, so.
All right, hearing no objections, and it appears that it already has been admitted. At this point, I will ask the company if they have any cross-examination.
No, Your Honor.
Public counsel?
No, Your Honor.
MECG. All right. Are there any commissioner questions? Okay, and I have no questions myself. So, thank you. Call your next witness.
We would like to call Christopher Baranda.
Thank you. You have your right hand raised. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you give in this hearing shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Baranda, can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Christopher Baranda. Christopher spelled C-H-R-I-S-T-O-P-H-E-R. Baranda spelled B-O-R-O-N-D-A.
By who are you employed and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Public Service Commission as a utility regulatory auditor.
All right, and did you sponsor the direct and rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time finding what number his exhibit would be.
I believe 202.
Thank you very much. All right. All right, which has been marked as Exhibit 202.
Yes.
Thank you very much. All right, and then at this time, do you have any corrections that you would like to make to Exhibit 202?
I do have one correction to make on page 8, line 2. I entered in annualize the. A correction to that would be to determine the annual.
Great, thank you very much. All right, so barring the correction that you made or that you cited previously, if I asked you the same questions today with Exhibit 202, would your answers be the same?
Yes.
All right. Are those answers true and correct to the best of your knowledge and belief?
Yes.
All right, thank you. At this time, I offer Exhibit 202 into the record.
Any objection? Exhibit 202 is admitted.
All right, thank you, Judge. At this time, I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Is there any cross on behalf of the company?
No, Your Honor.
Public counsel?
No, no, Your Honor, thank you.
MECG? Any questions from the commissioners? And I have no questions myself, so thank you for appearing today.
Thank you.
And according to the schedule, we have John Robinette retaking the stand for the Office of Public Counsel.
Would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Mr. Robinette's testimony has already been offered and admitted to the record, and I believe he is still under oath, so I tender the witness for cross-examination.
All right, Mr. Opitz, do you have any cross? Ms. Klaus?
No questions. Thank you, Judge.
It's a good thing I looked up. Mr. Cooper?
No questions.
All right, any questions from the commissioners? All right. I don't have any questions myself. Well, let me ask you this. Well, I do have one possible question. When I use the term position statement, do you know what I'm referring to?
Yes.
Okay. So in the Public Counsel's position statement, they stated AFDUC should be calculated in the same manner moving forward as was done in this case. Can you speak to that? Do you have any opinion on that?
No.
Okay. All right, that's my only question. And you're free to go.
Your Honor, if you so desire, the OPC will supplement its position statement to explain that if you so desire, but
Yeah, let's do that. I appreciate that.
I was about to say, Your Honor, that his brief will probably supplement that position.
Oh, there you go. That's satisfactory. Let's do it that way. All right, and it's my understanding that Mr. Riley will not testify on this topic? Okay, then are we ready to move on to the next issue or take a break?
Could we take a short break?
Let's take a 10-minute break and restart roughly at 2:30. Going off the record. Let's go back on the record. We're back on the record. Do the parties wish to present opening statements on the issue of depreciation?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Cooper, go ahead.
Just a little roadmap here to start with. Depreciation issue has 4 subparts: depreciation rates, which I believe was a settled issue as a part of the first stipulation. Subpart B, depreciation expense, essentially the parties have waived cross on that piece because it's either a discrete adjustment issue or a rollout issue from other matters. And that leaves us with the depreciation reserve and capitalized depreciation issues, which are C and D. Capitalization depreciation is a methodology difference between staff and OPC, which we'll address in detail during the briefing process. Depreciation reserve is primarily an issue raised by the OPC in regard to negative reserve MAWC has for its meter account. OPC witness Robinette contends the company is experiencing negative reserve for meter accounts due to early retirements. However, given that the current depreciation rate for meters assumes a 42-year average service life, and commission rule calls for meters to be removed, inspected, and tested every 10 years for 5/8" meters and for shorter periods for larger meters, a negative reserve balance is inevitable. The company suggests a review and consideration of this issue in the depreciation study in the next rate case. Again, there was an agreement in the first step for a depreciation study to be performed in that next rate case. The meters are directly involved in providing service to customers and appropriate for cost recovery from those customers. Therefore, transferring costs to shareholders through depreciation reserve adjustment as proposed by OPC is inappropriate in this case. That's all I have at this time.
Are there any questions from the commissioners for Mr. Cooper? All right. Thank you. All right. Ms. Klaus, would you like to make an opening?
Yes, Judge, thank you. May it please the Commission. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Commissioners, Judge. My name is Alexandra Klaus, and I'm here today on behalf of staff on the issues of depreciation expense, depreciation reserve, and capitalized depreciation. With respect to depreciation expense and depreciation reserve, information from staff can be found in the corrected staff accounting schedules filed on February 18th. I will be using some approximate numbers. Schedule 5 details staff's position on the appropriate amount of depreciation expense to be included in Missouri American's cost of service. More specifically, approximately $86 million is the appropriate amount to include in the cost of service. Schedule 2 details staff's position on the appropriate amount of depreciation reserve expense to be included in the cost of service. More specifically, approximately $639 million is the appropriate amount to include. Regarding capitalized depreciation, expenses related to construction projects are accumulated in construction work in progress accounts that can be included in rates after completion of each project. The capitalized expenses include depreciation expense associated with assets used in construction, such as power-operated equipment and transportation equipment. Capitalized depreciation expenses must be subtracted from the depreciation expense calculated using Missouri American's total plant and service balances to prevent double recovery in rates. Based on certain company responses to staff data requests, Missouri American is not recording the amount of time that assets like transportation equipment and power-operated equipment are being used for construction versus expense. As such, staff deducted capitalized depreciation based on the overall capitalization ratio staff calculated from its total depreciation expense to arrive at the amount of depreciation expense associated with O&M functions. Because of this unrecorded information, staff needed to use an overall capitalization ratio rather than actual capitalized depreciation. An additional wrinkle also occurred with this issue of capitalized depreciation, and more specifically, staff very recently discovered an error in the capitalized depreciation worksheet. The adjustment number should be a negative amount of approximately $1.6 million rather than showing a positive adjustment in the amount of $530,931. Staff will file corrected testimony to reflect this correction. We thank the Commission and the parties in advance for their patience and willingness to work with us. Here with me today to answer more specific questions you may have is Alexis Branson. We appreciate your consideration of this issue, and I'll do my best to answer any questions you may have.
All right. I hear no questions.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kleiser?
Good afternoon. If it would please the commission. Again, John Kleiser. Council for Missouri American Water identified that there are effectively two issues still sort of live with regard to depreciation. I believe he referenced the third issue, D, as being an issue between staff and OPC. I think he meant staff and the company. The OPC hasn't taken a position on it. The OPC's issue only relates to the reserve balance issue, which should be C, I believe. So I'm going to run through that very quick. At a high level, I would say that the OPC's issue is actually a very simple issue, but it's clouded by the sort of inherent complexity of depreciation. So most of my presentation is actually just going to be a breakdown of some of the background of how depreciation works, and then I'll get into the actual issue sort of more midway through. All right, so how does depreciation work? When a utility makes an investment, it books the original cost of the investment to a plant account. As the investment accrues depreciation, the utility books the depreciation expense in a corresponding reserve account. When the utility retires the investment, the original cost is removed or credited from both the plant account and the accumulated reserve account. So you take the same amount original cost off of both of them. Ideally, the plant will be fully accrued, which means that you'll have the entirety of the net original cost in the depreciation reserve. So to run through a quick example of what this would look like, let's assume for a moment that we have a $20 million plant and service investment, a $20 million investment, and let's give it just a 4-year life. What that means is that every year they should collect 1/4 of the total investment cost until hopefully the plant becomes fully accrued. If it is then retired after 4 years, you subtract the $20 million net original cost from both the plant and service and the reserve balance, zeroing them out. Okay, that's easy. However, because you subtract the original cost from the reserve balances when an investment is retired, the reserve balances can and will go negative if the retirements exceed the rate of depreciation accumulation. In other words, a negative reserve balance exists because you've retired faster than you've accumulated your depreciation. Or, to put it even simpler, a negative reserve balance equates to a retired investment. So again, to kind of show what that looks like, let's go back to our example. We have a $20 million plant and service. Let's assume that it's been 2 years, so we have it halfway accrued, and then we retire it. We subtract the $20 million net original cost from both the plant and service and accumulation depreciation reserve balances, resulting in a negative $10 million accumulated depreciation reserve balance after the retirement. Now, The last part of this whole equation is just understanding how depreciation reserve balances factor into rates. Utility rates are set based on net plant. Net plant equals the plant and service less depreciation reserve. There are other components that kind of are plant adjacent, but as far as the plant and service and depreciation reserve, this is the simple equation. What that means is that a negative depreciation reserve balance creates positive net plant because you're subtracting a negative number. As a result of that, a negative reserve balance caused by retirements creates a negative, if you retire plant in excess of the accumulations, you create a negative reserve balance, and that creates positive net plant on which the company earns a return. So a negative reserve balance means a company is earning a return on a retired asset. Now, the issue at hand, because that was all just the background, is that Missouri American Water's reserve counts for their meters has gone negative. There's no disputing that. Everyone agrees on that point. And it's gone negative because of retired meters. Again, there really isn't a dispute on this point. Because they are retired, the meters are no longer used and useful, which creates a problem because Missouri law prohibits a utility from earning a return on assets that are no longer used and useful. And to demonstrate that, I'll cite to the law. I can give you the long citation, or I can just put it in my brief. But the Missouri courts have found that the utility property upon which a rate of return can be earned must be utilized to provide service to its customers. That is, it must be used and useful. And the commission itself has cited this same provision in the past. In the Asbury securitization case, for example, the commission determined that because Asbury was retired, the company would not be allowed to earn a return on the investment because it was no longer used and useful. So, in totality, we need to make an adjustment. Right now, the reserve accounts for meters are negative. They are negative because they are being retired, or because we have retired meters in the account. The retired meters are now used and useful. Therefore, if you allow the negative account to be put into plant, the company will earn a return on plant that is no longer used and useful. To correct for that, you need to make an adjustment to the reserve balance that would zero out the account, i.e. you would credit the account with the amount of the negative balance, bringing it balance to zero. And if you don't do this, it means that Missouri American Water is earning a profit on two sets of meters, one that's in service and one that has been retired. And the OPC's position, apart from the law itself, is simply that customers should only pay for one meter. So, in order to accomplish that end goal, the commission needs to order a credit to the reserve balances for meters such that the balance is returned to zero. Are there any questions? Not hearing any, so I'm going to slip on.
All right. My understanding is that we will first hear from a company witness.
Yes, the company would call Ms. Jennifer Grisham. We would tender Ms. Grisham for cross-examination.
All right. Ms. Klaus, any cross?
No questions, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Kleiser?
Your Honor, there is one exhibit that I want to enter in with regards to this issue. However, it is a data request response provided by the company. However, the responding witness was Mr. Carlson. I am perfectly okay to wait for Mr. Carlson to take the stand, which he is scheduled to do under paperless billing come Monday. with the understanding of all the parties that there won't be an objection to the relevance at that time because its relevance is attained to this issue. Does that make sense?
It does.
Mr. Kleiser, would you share with us what
Sure.
DR you're talking about?
There it is.
In the meantime, Mr. Opitz, I don't believe MECG filed a statement of position on this issue.
Depreciation?
Right.
No.
Okay, so would it be okay if I skip you
That's fine.
when it comes to asking who has
You-
cross and recross?
Your Honor, I guess there was some question earlier from Mr. Kleiser. There was a second stipulation filed yesterday that had some issues in it. I talked about those yesterday. MECG filed its objection a little bit ago. Just for clarity, MECG has no objection to the other issues in there besides the UAT. So,
Understood.
okay, thank you.
All right, if it sounds like from the company's recommendation, I'm just going to go ahead and move this exhibit in now. So I would move to mark OPC Exhibits 326.
Thank you.
You have two now. Ms. Grisham, have you had a chance to review what has been, I'm not close enough to the mic. Ms. Grisham, have you had a chance to review what has been now marked as OPC Exhibit 326?
Which is OPC 8519?
Correct.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that this is a data request response that was provided to the OPC in response to a request sent on the company?
Yes, I agree.
Yes. I'm just going to go ahead and move to admit it now then.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 326, which is OPC Data Request 8519, is admitted.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Do the commissioners have any questions for the witness? All right, hearing none. Ms. Grisham, I've got a couple of, well, got a few questions.
Okay.
Could you explain for the commission the history of Missouri American's transition to AMI meters?
I'm not the best
Oh, you're
witness
not
to
the best
discuss that,
witness.
no.
Okay.
I would say, well, witness Carlson next week.
Gotcha. Do you have any, would you be able to speak to the recommended useful life of those meters?
The recommended useful life?
Useful life?
It's probably another one that's best for witness Carlson. I know that he has submitted discovery or sponsored discovery that talks about the warranties and useful life on some of these meters. So he'd be the best one to ask.
Okay. And then I have a question about negative depreciation reserve.
Okay. Okay. You can ask me that question. You can ask me that question.
In general terms, can you explain what it means? Now, I know Mr. Kleiser touched on it in his opening statement, but from your perspective.
Right, the negative reserve, so it does, eventually, with the calculations, it does increase our rate base. You know, as we have stated in discovery and in our testimony as well, the negative reserve for meters is not because of retiring the assets early. We have maintained that there is a disconnect between the specific depreciation rate for meters than what is the average life for them. So right now, the meter rate of 2.4% equates to about 42 years, which is just not what we have realistically. I think 5 years or so ago in our 2020 rate case, we proposed an increase to that meter rate, I think to 5.8%, which would have equated to an average of 15 years, I think, approximately for those meters, but that wasn't approved. So, you know, we would propose that the solution would be in our next depreciation study for the next rate case, let's examine the rate for those meters and come to a better alignment so we wouldn't have a negative reserve as opposed to making an adjustment.
Are there any other things that would cause a negative reserve?
There could be. I can't say right now, though.
In this instance, do you, in general terms, do you have an explanation for why this account is so negative?
Why the account is so negative? Again, it's the company's maintaining that it's that misalignment between the rate and what the useful life is for our meters.
And what impact does that negative reserve have on your customers?
Well, again, that negative reserve is subtracted from plant and service, which increases plant and service. So going through the revenue requirement, that it has an impact. What the specific impact is, I don't know right now, but there would be an impact on what we're requesting.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Ms. Klaus, do you have any questions on recross?
Oh, apologies, Judge. Didn't mean to overstep on what you were saying there. No questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Kleiser.
Hopefully briefly. Ms. Grisham, in answering one of the questions to the judge, you know, you outlined the company's position that the negative balance is not because you are retiring the meters early. I think that the key there is that you disagree with the idea that it's early, correct?
I want to use a specific term, I think, that has been mentioned. We'll say early retirement, yes. And I'm saying that that's not the case.
Okay. I don't think there's actually much of a disagreement that there's a disconnect at this point between the life that the meters are currently expecting and the depreciation rate. I'm pretty sure all the parties agree with that statement. But you would also agree with me that the current negative reserve balance is due to retirements of the meters.
That the current negative balance is due to retirements of the meters?
Yeah.
That's like saying that the current balance is due to just our current operation standards, so I'm not sure that I could say that.
Can I direct you to OPC Exhibit 326, OPC 8519?
Yes.
Would you agree with me that, and I believe it's the third line, beginning "when those meters"? I believe it reads, "When those meters are retired at the end of their operational life," in quotes, "the remaining, quote, depreciable life results in a negative accumulated reserve."
That's what that says, yes.
Now, I know that Mr. Carlson was the individual who actually sponsored that. Do you have a reason to disagree with Mr. Carlson's statement there?
His answer? No, I have no reason to disagree.
Correct. And in regards to the impact of that negative reserve, the question that was posed to you, you would agree with me that, I think you've already testified, in fact, that because it's a negative reserve, it is effectively becomes positive in net planned, correct?
Mathematically, yes, that's what happens.
And the company will earn its return on, based on the net plan, correct?
Mathematically, based on the revenue requirement calculation, yes.
So the negative reserve meters will, the current negative reserve account for meters will generate return on for the company if allowed to remain in rates, correct?
That's part of the revenue requirement calculation.
Was that a yes?
Can you repeat your question?
Understandable.
Thanks.
It is true that the existence of a negative reserve balance for meters will result in the company earning a return on that portion of the balance as part of rate set in this case, if it's not removed.
Again, it's part of the overall rate base, and rate base is what's used to earn a return.
Okay. All right, thank you. I have no further recross.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cooper, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. I want to mark an exhibit. We're on Exhibit 31, I believe.
Yes.
I would like to, I have a document, I guess we should probably title it Average Age of Retired Meters. I'll hand that out at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Cooper, any chance I could get a copy of that?
Ms. Grisham, you were asked a question about why the meter account is so negative, correct?
Yes.
And I have handed you what's been marked as Exhibit 31, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is an attachment to a discovery response, OPC 8522, that shows over the last 5 years, the number of meters that have been retired by meter type, as well as the average years in service for those meters.
And did your section, folks you're responsible for, have a hand in putting this together?
My team worked in tandem with the operations team, the operations witnesses team, yes.
And if we look across, well, as you described, year by year, there's the quantity of meters retired, and then the average for that, yes, the average years of service of those retired meters during that year, correct?
Correct.
And then down below, there's a average of years of service for all meters, correct?
Yes.
And these numbers, they're
if you look across the 5/8 inch meter line, for example, they generally will be, well, let's do it, year 2020, 10.47 years, is that correct?
Correct.
And 2021, 11.34,
Yes.
2022, 12.93, is that correct?
Yes.
2023, 11.82,
Yes.
and then 2024, 10.79, correct?
Yes.
And I think you mentioned it before, the depreciation rate is actually set up for a 42-year approximately service life, correct?
Correct.
And the depreciation rate is theoretically designed such that the company will receive a return of its investment in property over the average service life, correct?
Yes.
So in this instance, well, let me back up. Are all meters included in that 346 account?
Yes.
So not only the 5/8, but the larger meters as well?
Correct.
And so given that depreciation rate, anything retired less than 42 years is going to create some sort of negative balance, correct?
Yes.
But that negative balance also means that it is an amount of the company's investment that it has not yet received a return of.
Correct.
Are you familiar with the commission's rules on the testing of meters?
I am.
Is it true that commission rule, let's see, 20 CSR 4240-10.030, paren 38, establishes the periods of time by which a company must remove, inspect, and test meters?
By meter type, yes.
Okay.
Meter size, excuse me.
And for a 5/8 inch meter, what is that time period?
That, for 5/8 inch, that is every 10 years.
And for 3/4 inch?
That is 8 years, every 8 years.
For 1 inch meters?
It's every 6 years,
And all meters above 1 inch?
every 4.
You mentioned it previously, that the company had proposed to change this meter rate in a prior rate case?
Yes, we did.
And again, that was not, it didn't go anywhere, I guess, is the
Right.
answer to that, right?
That's correct, yes.
That's all the questions I have at this time, Your Honor.
And you are not offering this into evidence, or?
I am. I would like to offer Exhibit 31.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right. Exhibit 31 is admitted. All right, thank you, Ms. Grisham.
Thank you.
All right. So my understanding is Ms. Branson would
Yes,
be
Judge.
next?
Staff calls Alexis Branson.
You can go ahead, Ms. Klaus.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Ms. Branson.
Afternoon.
As mentioned in my opening earlier, and a little bit earlier when we were discussing rate base and plant and service, it was discovered that you do have a correction to your testimony?
Yes, there is a correction to the adjustment for capitalized depreciation.
And do you have a copy of your direct rebuttal testimony with you right now?
I do.
Could you just walk me through quickly where this change would be found?
On page 4, line 18, the staff adjustment for capitalized depreciation, I have the number 530,931 when it needs to be a decrease of $1,666,005.
And it's your understanding that staff does intend to file corrected testimony to reflect this change?
Yes.
Thank you. I tender this witness for cross-examination.
Mr. Cooper, do you have any cross?
I do not.
Mr. Kleiser?
Good afternoon, Ms. Branson.
Good afternoon.
Would it be possible for you to give me a working definition of what it means for an asset to be retired for regulatory rate-making purposes?
My personal part in this was to look at the book value costs of plant and service accumulated reserve. That might be a better question for staff witness Malachi Bowman.
Who's up next?
I believe his.
Oh, he's waved, he's not coming up?
Right, that was my understanding as well, that Mr. Bowman would not be testifying this afternoon.
Would you be able to agree with me that a asset that is retired is no longer being used for service?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions.
Are there any questions from the commissioners? Ms. Branson, can I ask you this? Can you speak to useful life on these meters?
I cannot, no.
But if I had questions about negative reserve, would you be willing to handle those questions?
I could if they are within my ability to.
All right, let me ask you this. How would you respond to Mr. Robinette's direct/rebuttal testimony regarding the negative reserve, specifically how he states, or he has a proposal to credit $32.8 million to reflect a zero reserve balance as of May 31st, 2024, or $34.3 million as of December 31st, 2024.
As I previously stated, I looked at the actual book balances for accumulated reserve. Adjustments to that would not have been my personal responsibility.
Public counsel has also proposed that the commission not allow any recovery of the credited amount through a regulatory asset. How would you respond to that proposal?
Can I hear that question again?
The Office of Public Counsel has proposed that the commission not allow any recovery or not allow recovery of the credited account through a regulatory asset. Do you have an opinion on that proposal?
I'm not sure.
Okay. All right. I have no further questions. Any recross?
No, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Branson.
Thank you.
Mr. Robinette.
Would you like me to proceed?
Go ahead, Mr. Kleiser.
Mr. Robinette has previously been sworn, and his testimony has been offered and admitted. I believe he is still under oath, so I tender the witness for cross-examination.
Ms. Klaus, do you have cross-examination?
No questions from staff, thank you.
Mr. Cooper?
No questions at this time.
Any commissioner questions for Mr. Robinette? Mr. Robinette, you may have thought you were getting off easy, but I have some questions. You, if I recall your pre-filed testimony correctly, can you explain from your perspective what the history of Missouri Americans' transition to AMI meters, smart meters? Like, when did it start? Is it still in progress?
I honestly don't have that information.
Okay. All right. From public counsel's perspective, what would public counsel consider the recommended useful life of an AMI meter?
So it varies by utility. What we have been using recently has been associated with the battery life of either the connection that makes it AMI, or if it's internal, it's the battery internal to the meter. We have used that a lot recently in other utilities as well.
Okay. How about AMR meters?
It's basically going to be the same thing. It's going to be driven by the meter itself plus the reading device.
And for the sake of the record, what do those acronyms stand for? If I were to tell you AMI would stand for Advanced Metering Infrastructure?
Yes. And those can be found on page 11 of my testimony.
Okay. Okay.
And AMR is Advanced Meter Reading.
All right. Can you explain for the commission what negative depreciation reserve entails?
I'll try. The biggest thing to think of is there's multiple things that could cause it. You could have, say, a large unit that has a catastrophic failure that would not be reaching its useful life. That could happen. What we are seeing is, and we have had it with other utilities as well, where conversions on meters where the existing meters may not be fully accrued and the transitioning would necessitate retiring those meters to transition technologies has driven reserve negative in some other cases. And I know dating back to 2015, we had some metering issues, I believe, that was present in that case, of where I was on staff at the time and discussed individual districts at that point that had negative reserve present. And another factor could be that the experienced lives are not matching what the depreciation rate is. So if the assets are being retired before the set average service life and you're doing enough of it, it could drive the reserve negative.
All right. And I asked this of Ms. Grisham, but what is the impact of a negative reserve to the customers?
So it would be, because it is adding to net plant, it would be the return on that portion of the negative. And I have that roughly calculated out using Mr. Murray's pre-tax ROE. It was just shy of about $3 million annually.
Okay. Ms. Grisham talked about kind of the reason for such a large balance being the, I think, 10-year life versus 30-year life. Would you agree with that?
Judge, I believe, and I guess it is sort of an objection. I think your question assumes facts, not in evidence, because I think Ms. Grisham's testimony now, as corrected, indicates a 42-year life, not 30-year life.
Okay. All right. I stand corrected. So is that basically the reason for that balance?
That could be a driving factor of it.
Okay. Do you agree with the 10-year useful life for AMI and AMR meters?
I don't know their specific technology. I know we have ordered rates higher than 10 years in other utilities.
If you know, if we go back to the two prior Missouri American rate cases, what were the accumulated depreciation reserves in those cases?
Judge, if you go to page 12 of my direct, I have a chart there, and I believe these were taken from the staff's accounting runs in each of those cases.
All right, so previous case is file number WR 2022-0303.
Yes, that was the most recent one prior to this.
And then the one before that, WR 2020-0344.
Yes.
And for the 2022 case, there was a negative accumulated reserve, correct?
Yes.
But not for the 2020 case?
Yes.
Okay. I'm trying to decide how to phrase this, but did it go from that positive balance to the negative balance when they started rolling out these smart meters?
I don't know that I could say that definitively, no.
Can you speak to the history of useful life used in the company's depreciation studies? In the last 5 or so studies that have been prepared?
I don't think I did that in this case, to be honest.
All right, I'm hoping you know where this is in your testimony, but in your direct/rebuttal testimony, you propose a $32.8 million credit to reflect a zero reserve balance as of May 31st, 2024, or $34.3 million as of December 31st, 2024.
Yes, it's at page 13.
Page 13, perfect. Can you explain how you arrived at those numbers?
I think all of the math's going to be found in my Schedule 2.
And that would be Schedule JAR-DR-2?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. It should be a rather large Excel file. And my guess, Judge, is it's the third and next to last tabs.
Third to last? Or
I
third?
think it's third to last and second to last.
Okay. Those tabs labeled 12/31/24
Yeah.
and 5/31/25? All right,
I don't have them labeled on here, so I think those are the right ones.
okay.
Not to interrupt your flow, Your Honor, but when he goes back upstairs, we'll double check if those are the right ones, and I'll let you know if we need to tell you differently.
You're making me laugh when you use the term flow. Can I ask you this, though, Mr. Robinette? Did the reserve, I mean, I kind of touched on this earlier, but did the reserve start decreasing after the AMI meters began being installed?
I don't know for certain the start date of when AMI was rolled out.
Okay. You have, correct me if I'm wrong, but you have recommended that the commission not allow recovery of the credited amount through a regulatory asset. Can you explain for the commission why Missouri American should not be entitled to a return on the value of the retired assets?
Return on or of?
Return of.
So this was an initial position taken by us. I've got to be careful because we have other similar issues in other cases. The initial thought is that it was caused by the unrecognition of the transfer and the not moving the depreciation rates, and the selection that we are going to retire assets at the 10-year mark when they are being pulled, which I believe they have said is an economic reason for not testing and placing back into the field. It's cheaper to just replace.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions. Ms. Klaus, do you have any recross?
No, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Cooper?
Yes, Your Honor. Let's start with this, Mr. Robinette. You were asked questions about useful life of AMI meters and AMR meters by the judge. And I think in regard to AMI, you said that generally you're linking them to the battery life.
Yes.
What is the battery life? How long?
I don't know specifically for Missouri Americans. I know for other utilities, we have tied it roughly to 20 years.
Okay. And AMR, is that similar?
I think for other utilities, I think it has been for the electronic reading technology that is attached, I think I have, if I remember correctly, it's in the 15-year range.
In your experience, how many 42-year average service lives have you seen for meters?
Meaning the meter for 40 years or similarly recommended rates for utilities?
Similarly recommended rates.
Certainly, this is consistent with what we have previously seen with Spire. And they were seeing much shorter lives as well.
So let me get at it this way a little bit. In your, let's see. In your cross rebuttal, you provide an example of how a negative reserve balance could result if plant is retired halfway through its average service life, right? You talk about a $100 initial investment. If it's retired halfway through, you're going to have a 50-year negative reserve balance, right?
$50 negative reserve, yes.
And so in our situation here with 42-year average service life, that means that if a meter lasts 21 years, in your example, using the $100 initial investment, at that point, you're only going to be halfway through your depreciation, right?
Lasting 21 years on a 40-year life, yes.
Okay. So, and you probably heard me, well, let me back up. And for the meters, it's accurate, isn't it, that the 42 years we're talking about is everything from 5/8 larger?
Yes, everything is aggregated in a single account currently.
Right. And would you agree with what Ms. Grisham said earlier, that under the commission's rules, that the commission, or that the company is supposed to actually remove and test and so on a 5/8 inch meter every 10 years, correct?
Yes.
So let's say you were trying to get to the 42 years. A meter would have to be removed, tested, and reinstalled somewhere else 4 times to have a chance at 42 years, wouldn't it?
No, it'd be 3 after the initial installation.
Well, at the 10-year mark, the 20-year mark, the 30-year mark, and the 40-year mark to get to 42.
Okay, yes.
And On the other end of the spectrum, we've got the larger meters, and they're supposed to have that done every 4 years, right? So, well, let me stop there. Do you agree with that?
I know it's a shorter time period. I know she testified earlier that it was 4.
Okay. So let's assume that, because it's a commission rule, so it's easy to pull out in the future. But let's assume that it's 4 years, kind of the same thing. That meter's going to have to be pulled, tested, and reinstalled somewhere else 10 times to get to 42 years, isn't it?
I don't know if it would be installed somewhere else, but it is potentially, yes, it would be 10 times.
You were asked a couple of times about a connection to Missouri American's installation of AMI meters, correct?
Yes.
And would you agree that ultimately your answer is you don't know how this connects back to installation of AMI meters?
I don't know when AMI began being installed, yes.
Ms. Grisham indicated earlier that the company tried to change this depreciation rate in the WR 2020-0344 case. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you also remember that yourself that was a part of that case?
I'm assuming I was, yes.
Do you know what your position was?
I honestly don't remember.
If I were to hand you a copy of testimony from that case, do you think it would refresh your memory?
It wouldn't hurt.
May I approach the witness here?
Yes.
If you'll look at page 1 and down at the bottom there, starting at line 16.
I'm there.
And would you agree that your recommendation in that case was to not change the depreciation rates that had been earlier ordered in WR 2017-0285?
Yes.
And if you follow on, starting on line 20, would you also agree that your basis for that was because those WR 2017-0285 rates would result in the lowest cost annually for depreciation expense?
Could you repeat that? I was trying to read through it.
Okay. Would you agree that your reasoning in that testimony for opposing that change in depreciation rates was because the then existing rates from the WR 2017-0285 case results in the lowest cost annually for depreciation expense when compared to Missouri American's recommended rates, and is the only option that the commission should consider?
That's what it says, but then I continue to say, since staff was unable to verify the results of the study.
Correct. Now, and this is with the benefit of hindsight, which is always nice if we could do it on the front end that way. But had the depreciation rates for meters been changed as proposed by the company in WR 2020-0344, it would have at least mitigated the size of this negative reserve balance, wouldn't it?
It certainly could have. I don't know the math sitting here, how much the change would have happened with retirements and everything that occurred.
But it would have made some difference, right?
Yes.
Okay. That's all the questions I have here.
All right. Mr. Kleiser, redirect.
Now, you've obviously been asked a lot of questions regarding depreciable life so far, but I want to take a step back and reorient ourselves. There is no dispute in this case that the reserve balances are currently negative for meters, correct?
I believe that's true, yes.
And as has been asked, the impact of that on rates moving forward would be what?
If the commission, the moving of the reserve to zero would reduce staff's revenue requirement by approximately $3 million due to the return.
Does that mean that if the commission doesn't change anything, the company will earn a return on the retired meters?
They will return and earn on that negative balance, yes.
Are you familiar with the Asbury securitization case?
Yes, I believe I filed testimony in that case.
Do you recall what the commission's decision regarding the ability of Empire to earn a return on the Asbury plan was?
Objection, Your Honor. We've branched off into a legal argument, I think. Mr. Kleiser made that in his opening, and it sounds like he's trying to extend that to the witness.
All right.
I'll withdraw.
All right, withdraw.
Based on what you were attempting to read from your prior testimony that was handed to you by Mr. Cooper, is it safe to say that your concerns with the change in depreciation rates in the prior case resulted from issues with the depreciation study?
That was half of it, yes.
Can you please elaborate?
At that point in time, after I had moved to OPC, we did not have access to depreciation software, and staff being the only other party in the case that filed on depreciation studies, and they were not able to perform their own independent from the company. I had concerns, and then I also addressed earlier it was the lowest cost annually for the depreciation expense arriving, keeping the current ordered rates.
Would decreasing the, nope, make sure I got this right. A decrease to the life of an asset would increase the depreciation rate, correct?
Shortening the life increases the rate, yes.
And increasing the rate would increase or decrease the expense?
Increasing the rate increases the expense annually.
So your concerns with that case had to do with the fact that the company was, in the aggregate, decreasing the expense, or was it increasing the expense?
Based on the testimony here, there would have been an increase in depreciation expense as I was recommending continued use because it was lower annually.
Going back to some of the questions you were asked from the bench, you were asked kind of what the negative depreciation of reserve entails, and I think that you answered the question sort of describing the various ways you could get to a negative depreciation reserve. Just from a mathematical standpoint alone, what does it mean to have a negative depreciation reserve?
It means that the amount of plant that is retired has exceeded the accrual rate over time. And it eroded away whatever reserve was there.
So the negative reserve equates to a retired plant?
Negative reserve would be created by the retirements exceeding the accruals to the point where the reserve is taken negative.
And it's safe to say that the retired plant is no longer in service, correct?
In most cases, I would say retired plant is no longer in service.
There was a brief discussion on your recommendation to not allow a return of with the bench. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Now, the assumption is that therefore the commission could theoretically allow the company to have a return of the asset even if it zeroed out the credit. Is that accurate?
If they create the asset, they could determine to return that asset to the utility, yes.
But that would still eliminate the return on?
Assuming they make the adjustment to depreciation reserve and create the regulatory asset for the deficiency, that would eliminate the return of.
Eliminate return of or
Return on, sorry.
And for the purposes such of asset, somebody would have to order the time period over which the asset would be recovered. Do you have any recommendation on how long that might be?
Based on the number, and a lot of it all depends on what the impact is of the entire rate case. A 5-year amortization would roughly equate to a $7 million annually number.
A $7 million increase to the annual revenue requirement, is that right?
Right. But you would recognize the reduction for the return. So it would be net 4 roughly.
Thank you. I don't think I have any further redirect.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Robinette. Let's take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 4:55. 3:55, my mistake. Off the record. All right, let's go back on the record. All right, we are back on the record, and we are now, according to the hearing schedule, set for the issue of amortization of regulatory assets. In the statement of issues, that was under miscellaneous expense. Would you like to present opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cooper.
Judge, there are three subparts underneath amortization of regulatory assets, similar to some of the other discussions we've had today. The second point is one we believe is essentially a rollout or of other decisions to be made by the commission. The remaining issues concern, issue one concerns treatment of investment in a section of wastewater pipeline that was built by Emerald Point Utility Company and then contributed to the city of Hollister, and then the appropriate treatment of the unamortized balance of the replacement of customer-owned lead service lines. As to Emerald Point, in order to eliminate a failing sewer treatment plant, Emerald Point built a pipeline to a treatment plant owned by the city of Hollister, and this was first discussed in a CCN case, SA-2012-0362. As part of its agreement with the city of Hollister, Emerald Point was required to contribute to the city the portion of the pipeline within the Hollister city limits. Prior to Missouri American's acquisition of Emerald Point, the unamortized cost of the pipeline was given rate-based treatment by the commission in both an Emerald Point rate case and in the case where Missouri American acquired the Emerald Point assets. MAWC continues to rely upon this treatment in accounting for the pipeline's costs and believe the commission should order in this case such rate-based treatment of the unamortized balance. The disagreement associated with the appropriate treatment of the unamortized balance of cost related to customer-owned lead service lines concerns interpretation of past commission orders. The company believes that applying its long-term debt rate to the unamortized balance is consistent with findings in the report and order for case number WR 2017-0285, which stated in relevant part that the commission will permit Missouri American Water Company to amortize over 10 years the $1.6 million in change incurred for the LSLR program from January 1, 2017 through December 31, 2017. MAWC's long-term debt rate, as calculated in staff's cost of service report, shall also be applied to the LSLR program amount to be amortized. Because it's largely based upon past commission orders, we will brief that issue. That's all I have at this time.
Are there any questions for Mr. Cooper? All right. Thank you. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Judge. I'll try to be brief. Mr. Cooper provided a decent summary of the issues. May it please the commission. I agree there are three issues. In issue 2 regarding the amount of expense for amortization of regulatory assets is generally a summation of several issues. With regard to the first sub-issue, the accounting treatment for the Emerald Point pipeline, staff's position is the regulatory deferral for these costs should not be given rate-based treatment, and to understand why, I am going to provide a little background that may be a little repetitive here. Emerald Point was a small water and sewer utility that was acquired by Missouri American in 2014. Prior to the acquisition, Emerald Point faced wastewater system issues that led to the retirement of its wastewater treatment facility, which could no longer meet Missouri Department of Natural Resources permitting requirements. As a result, Emerald Point constructed 2 lift stations and a pipeline to transport wastewater to the city of Hollister for treatment. And while the lift stations and a portion of the pipeline up to the Emerald Point flow meter were owned by Emerald Point and are currently owned by Missouri American, a section of the pipeline was and still is owned by the city of Hollister. under its agreement with the city, Emerald Point was required to pay for the portion of the pipeline owned by the city of Hollister, and those are the costs that are at issue today. The pipeline was addressed in Emerald Point's last rate case before the commission prior to its acquisition by Missouri American. And in that case, staff correctly included an amortization of the portion of that pipeline owned by the city of Hollister. However, staff mistakenly included the entirety of the pipeline's costs, including this Hollister-owned pipeline asset, in Emerald Point's rate base. I think it is important to note that that was an informal rate case. It's a process used for small utilities. And the issue of the inclusion of the Emerald Point City of Hollister pipeline asset was not specifically discussed in that case. It was not included in the partial disposition agreement that was entered into by staff in Emerald Point. It was not litigated before the commission, and it was not addressed in the commission's report and order for that case. Since Missouri American's acquisition of Emerald Point, staff has consistently advocated for excluding amounts related to the Hollister-owned pipeline from rate base. However, prior rate cases were at least partially resolved through stipulation and agreement, meaning this issue has never been brought to the commission's attention for decision. But now the commission does have the opportunity to rectify staff's mistake. Regardless of whether or not these costs were previously included in rate base, this case is about setting prospective rates. The commission is not bound by its past orders. The facts remain that Missouri American does not own this portion of pipeline. Missouri American does not maintain this portion of pipeline. This pipeline was contributed to another entity and is not reflected as an asset on Missouri American's books. Therefore, including this regulatory deferral in Missouri American's rate base would be inappropriate and unreasonable. Now, with regard to sub-issue 3, staff opposes Missouri American's request to earn a return on the total unamortized balance associated with lead service lines. Originally in case number WU 2017-0296, Missouri American was granted an accounting authority order to defer costs related to replacing customer-owned lead service lines. In that case, while the commission expressly authorized Missouri American to defer and book these costs, it did not determine future rate-making treatment. That was done in a subsequent rate case, which Mr. Cooper referred to, WR 2017-0285, in which the commission established that these deferred costs would be amortized over 10 years, and Missouri American's long-term debt rate, as calculated in staff's cost service report, would also be applied to the LSLR program amount to be amortized, and that acronym is Lead Service Line Replacement Program. Now, staff recommends this treatment. However, I think there is some disagreement with Missouri American's proposal, and it is staff's understanding that Missouri American seeks not only to apply the long-term rate of debt to amounts to be amortized, but to additionally apply that same long-term rate of debt to unamortized amounts, which essentially would be to apply a rate of return twice to the same amounts. Now, similar to the Emerald Point City of Hollister pipeline, these service line replacements are not Missouri American property. These are pipes that are installed on the customer's side of the meter, and they will never be Missouri American assets. Granting Missouri American an additional return on these amounts would be unjustified and unreasonable. In conclusion, staff asked the commission order its reasonable positions on these issues. Staff's witness today is Angela Niemeyer. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to attempt to answer them.
Mr. Johnson, you made reference to a commission case number WU 2017. What was the rest of that case number?
0296.
Thank you. All right. It doesn't appear there are any commissioner questions. Mr. Kleiser, would you like to make an opening?
I don't have a prepared opening, but the OPC supports the position of staff on this issue in general.
All right. Thank you. And according to the schedule, it would be Ms. Grissom back on the stand?
Yes, we would call Ms. Grisham.
Okay.
And we would tender her for cross-examination.
Mr. Johnson?
Judge, I have no questions at this time.
Mr. Kleiser? Any commissioner questions?
Judge, if I may.
Yes, Commissioner Mitchell.
Please just help me understand the lead service line position. As I understand it, American Water incurred the cost to replace the lines. And is that cost built into rate base now, or is that what you're asking to happen?
So we are just seeking, I think as Mr. Cooper mentioned, just a return on the unamortized balance, the long-term debt for the unamortized balance.
And fair to say that the company did incur that debt to replace the lines.
Correct.
And you're understanding that the issue at play is you don't own the lines, and so even though that you replaced them as a non-owner of the line, you're not allowed to carry that in. You're not allowed to have a return on that. Is that the problem that exists? I didn't say that very well.
Right. I'm sorry. If you could ask me again, I'll take notes.
Yeah. So the disconnect here is that because you don't own the lines, that some of the other parties have a problem with having a return on the investment that you made in them.
That sounds like part of their issue, yes.
Okay. That helps me. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Grisham?
Yes.
I've got a I've got a few questions.
Okay.
When it comes to the Hollister pipeline, can you quantify the regulatory asset that's included in your rate base?
Currently, let me see. So I'm referring to a response to a discovery question. Just, it's staff 142. We've got, I'm sorry, I'm looking at this right now. It's got the test year expense, the monthly amortization. So the remaining amount to amortize at year-end 2023 was $252,000. At year-end 2024, it was $245,000. Does that answer your question?
I believe so.
Okay.
That reply to the data request, how long is that document?
This attachment is just a single page. Is that what you mean?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Would there be any objection to that document coming into evidence as a company exhibit?
No, Your Honor.
Yeah, my question was whether there would be any objection to that data request
Staff has no
response
objection.
coming into evidence.
Apologies, I did not mean to speak over you, Judge. Staff has no objection.
All right, so I believe that would be Exhibit 32. And that will be admitted into evidence if I can get a copy of that before today is over. Would that be possible, Mr. Cooper? Okay, well,
We'll try.
or next week. We'll be here next week as well. When it comes to, Ms. Grisham, when it comes to the customer-owned lead pipelines, is the cost of that taken as a tax deduction by the company?
That I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know offhand. Okay.
Okay. Well, I was just, I envisioned it as potentially a part of repairs and maintenance, but you can't.
I can't
answer.
confirm
That's
right
fine.
now, no.
That's all I have. Mr. Johnson, any recross?
No recross, thank you, Judge.
Mr. Kleiser?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Cooper, any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor. Try a little something here, although I'm headed a direction that I'm not as sure about. Commissioner Mitchell asked you about sort of how these costs, I guess, the costs associated with the replacement of customer-owned lead service lines works, correct?
Yes.
And this is initially handled in a regulatory asset. Would that be correct?
Yes.
So the company makes those replacements, takes the costs, puts them in a regulatory asset.
Right. That's correct, yes.
And before you get to the next rate case, then, during that period of time, the company's applying a long-term debt carrying cost, correct?
Yes.
And is there any controversy about that piece of it?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. So then we get to the rate case, and the dollars in that asset are then determined to be amortized in some fashion, correct?
Correct.
But then going forward, you have some piece that will be the unamortized portion of that, correct?
That's continuing, yes.
And it's that portion that the company believes should continue to receive a long-term debt carrying cost, correct?
Right, it's that portion, yes.
And to your knowledge, staff believes it should not. Is that correct?
I want to say that there's just a disconnect there.
Well, let's stop there. If you don't know,
No, okay.
you don't know. But the company believes, its position is that it should, at
Yes.
that stage, still receive a long-term debt carrying cost, correct?
Yes, correct. That's the company's position.
Okay. That's all the questions I have, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Grisham, if I could,
Yes.
can you give me that data request number again?
Yes. And it is MOPSC 142, specifically the one that's the Q4 update.
All right. Thank you, and thank you for your testimony this afternoon.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Johnson.
Staff calls Angela Niemeyer. Let's see. Good evening, Ms. Niemeyer. I believe you've already had your testimony entered into the record. Judge, I tender Ms. Niemeyer for cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Kleiser.
If you'll indulge me, I have a curiosity. I was reading the testimony last night, trying to understand this issue, and I got confused because I honestly thought that you were in agreement with the company. So I have this quick question. Both staff and the company are okay with allowing the return on the remaining balance of the lead service line? Do I have that right?
Can you repeat that?
Is both staff and the company okay with allowing are both staff and the company in agreement with allowing a return on the amortized portion of the lead service line?
Staff and Missouri American are in agreement that the carrying costs should receive the long-term debt rate.
Okay. Just help me, where exactly is the difference? I got really confused.
Staff believes that the carrying cost should compensate the company for the and we feel that it's unreasonable for them to ask for both a return on that carrying cost as well as the unamortized balance, a return on that.
So am I understanding you're saying that the company's asking for a return on both the unamortized balance and a return on a return on? Did I hear a return on a return on?
A return of and a return on. So it's my understanding that the carrying cost should compensate through a return of, but they also want the return on with the unamortized balance.
Okay, I think I'm getting it. I don't want to confuse the record anymore, and more than anything, it was just helping me understand it. So I have no further questions.
All right. Are there any questions from the commissioners?
Just a quick one, Judge.
Yes, Commissioner Mitchell.
So would you feel differently about this if the company owned those service lines?
Yes. The fact is that they do not own them, they do not maintain them.
And do you know if any of the cost associated with replacing those lines was funded through the lead service line program that was in the bipartisan infrastructure bill?
I don't.
Okay, thank you.
Mr.
That's
Cooper. Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Cooper, do you have any recross?
No.
Mr. Kleiser? All right. Any redirect?
Yes, Judge, hopefully very briefly. Ms. Niemeyer, you were asked by counsel from OPC to clarify staff's position.
Yes.
And I want to do the same. I'm just going to walk through this very quickly.
Okay.
Is it staff's position that the amounts that have already been deferred and are currently being amortized from case number WR 2017-0285, is it staff's position that the long-term rate of debt should continue to be applied to that amount?
Can you repeat that?
Is it staff's position that a long-term rate of debt as carrying costs should continue to be applied to the amortized balance resulting from WR 2017-0285?
Yes.
Okay. And is it also staff's position that amounts that are currently being amortized in subsequent rate cases should also continue to have a long-term rate of debt be applied as carrying costs?
Yes.
Now, what about unamortized balances that have been deferred but are not yet being collected in rates? What is staff's position on those amounts?
Can you repeat that?
What is staff's position on amounts that have been deferred but have yet to be amortized regarding carrying costs?
One more time.
Okay, let's see if I can get it this time. Could you explain to me staff's position on amounts relating to lead service line replacements that have been deferred but are not yet amortized? So it would be the unamortized amounts.
The unamortized amounts,
Do you need me to repeat the question again?
I do, yeah.
Okay. Let's see if I can make it a little simpler. Is it staff's position that carrying costs should be applied to the unamortized amounts for lead service line replacements?
Yes. No, I'm sorry, no.
No, okay. So in other words, it's staff's position that carrying costs should not be applied to amounts going forward. Is that correct? No, no, excuse me, let me rephrase that. Hold on for a second. No further questions. Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you, Ms. Niemeyer. And according to my schedule, that is the last witness of the day. Any disagreement with that? Appears not. Then I'll adjourn the hearing for today, and we'll go off the record.
Now that we're off